and welcome to another tutorial. Today we're going to take a very good look at the Fligh Factor 767. Although far from perfect and with its own little quirks, I do believe that this and its twin brother, the 757, are definitely two of the best add-ons when it comes to airliners for X-Plane 11. I've decided to make this tutorial because despite the huge amount of material created by real pilots for the 737 and the A320, I couldn't find anything similar for either the 757 or the 767. I have to say that both planes ship with an incredible amount of training material, and the interactive checklist they come with is probably the best available out there, and it follows really strictly the actual FCOM of the plane. So even streamers without real life experience, they did a pretty good job over the years at creating tutorials, but I really wanted to make full use of how well these planes are simulated and create a very in-depth tutorial. Now, in order to tackle the challenge, I've spent the last couple of months going through a very hefty amount of official material. I've managed to source original FCOMs that are available online from 3 different airlines, a QRH, a Boeing FCTM, so the flight crew technique manual, and I've watched a couple of times all the 57 different CBT trainings, and as many cockpit videos as I found from Just Planes, spending almost every spare hour I had studying systems and procedures to be able to create a tutorial as professional as I possibly could. Now, you will have noticed this is a really long video, a really long tutorial, and that's because I've decided to make it all in one take, despite the fact that we're going to cover pretty much every aspect of normal operations, because I wanted this to be a one-stop resource for anything 757 and 767 related, without having to sieve through multiple videos, which is often annoying on YouTube. Now, there are timestamps for every part of the flight and every topic I will cover, so it should be very easy and quick to access the tutorial and jump to the part you're interested in every time you have some questions. Now, do bear in mind that the 757 and the 767 share a common type rating in real life, as they were designed with pretty much identical systems. So most real-world trainings are actually identical for both planes. There is just a handful of minor differences in a couple of systems that I will point out during the course of the tutorial. But this video will allow to proficiently fly both planes exactly the same way. But let's get started. Let's get into the cockpit. We are cold and dark here at Seoul Incheon Airport. So first of all, let's have a look at the tablet. Now, the plane comes with a lot of different options when it comes to avionics and other things. Now, I won't explain them all because once you go in the options, so if you open the tablet, which is stored here on the side, if you go onto options avionics, you have all these things, and then when you hover on them, it tells you what it is. Now, absolutely your choice what to use, but just in case you're following this tutorial and you want to replicate and you want to learn, I would suggest then to set up the plane exactly the same way I have it set up and learn the plane, and then after that you can change anything you want. Now, I'm using the original EFIS, so you have an option of the FBDS upgrade, but that's the paid upgrade, so not everybody will have this, so I will not be using that. Also, I don't like it personally. I prefer to fly the more traditional way. There is also the option of the airspeed tape, and that is a little bit more realistic because the first models that came out didn't have the airspeed tape and had much more simple ADI, but the next one did come with airspeed tape, so I think that's a good compromise between tradition and well, slightly more modern avionics. So just make sure that you have everything that is in this page, take a look at it, and that's it, and then you'll be ready to go. Now, starting here, let's start the cold and dark, and let's start having a look at exactly the procedure. So these are taken exactly from the FCOM, from the manuals. Of course, it's a one pilot environment, so I had to make the flow and modify for one pilot operation. But it is exactly the flow as it is in real life. Now, so we'll start having a look. Now, I will refer to a few different instruments and things. So just to go very quickly through what I will be naming. Well, the overhead panel we're all familiar with. The MCP, we're in a Boeing, so this is the MCP panel, the mode control panel. Then we will talk about the center console and the center pedestal, which is here. We will talk about the ADI, which is this one over here, which is the attitude director indicator. So your PFD for most other planes. And we will be talking about the HSI, which is the horizontal situation indicator, which is the ND in most other modern planes. RDMI is over here, so the radio distance magnetic indicator. And we will be talking about the ICAS, upper ICAS and lower ICAS, and that is the engine indication and crew alerting system. And then we will be talking about, well, either FMS is the whole autopilot system, including, well, all the system that comprise of the autopilot. FMC is when we put some data into the flight manager computer, or I might refer to the CDU, so the control display unit, when it comes to just this little box over here. For the rest, I guess we should have everything, should have touched everything. So let's start getting some power in the aircraft. We can start with the battery. So the battery switch is up here and covered. So we open the cover by clicking on it and then we turn it on. The on light comes on. Not much happens. Not many systems are powered with just the battery. Second thing, we turn the standby power selector to auto. So you see now it says off and the main battery discharging. We put auto and you can see the light, the off light is extinguished. And the main battery discharge, of course, is still on as we're drawing power from the battery. So before we give any more power, so this is just enough power to give a little bit of life to some instruments, but not to operate larger systems. So before we do that, we need to check a few things. First of all, that the hydraulic electric pumps, primary hydraulic electric pumps over here, these two are off, and the demand pump switches, again the other electric ones, are off. This is because if we power the aircraft now, if we give like APU power or external power, control surfaces could be moving if the electric pumps were on, and you don't want that because somebody might be doing an inspection outside or just walking around the plane and you don't want anything to be moving. Then we're going to go down and check for the same reason that the alternate flap selector is in normal and the gear lever is down. And there we are. So that's the safety checks, initial safety checks. Now we can establish electrical power. We go into the tablet. We go into operation. Into ground. And then we can load all the... Sorry, I'm trying to make sure it's a little larger so you can see. And voila, so we can load all the ground units. Now I have it set up already, so I can load the config. And it gives me automatically what I need. So the GPU, the fuel track, we're a gate, so press gate config. So we don't need to call the bus for passengers. So bear in mind that when you want to load passengers, you want to have either the passenger bus or the gate config. And then the loader units and etc. And the fuel trucks are, otherwise it won't fuel up. Yeah, we are connected to the gate. Perfect. So what we're going to do, now we have the GPU connected. While we're at it, we go on to airplane and we open as well the cargo doors. There we go. Now we have the external power connected. So what we're going to do, we're going to come here. You can see external power available. First, we turn on the bus die. So the bus die, as you can see, like many other planes, the schematics on the overhead are really self-explanatory. As you can see here, the electricity, the power from the APU and the external power go through here, through the bus tie, and then they go and power the main bus. What powers the vast majority of systems on the plane is the main bus, so the right bus and the left bus. So they are powered by either the APU and the external power or by the engine generators, which are here. Engine generator goes straight to the bus, while these, they go through the bus tie. So we just need to make sure that the bus tie is on so that the power reaches the main bus. And now we press the external power. And that's it. Now a lot more comes to life now. I have all the screens, all the avionics. Everything is a lot more alive. So before we do anything else, we do the preliminary pre-flight procedure, which is very simple, 2 steps. First of all, the ILS, so the inertial reference system, otherwise the plane will not know where it is. So we turn this to nav. There we go. We observe the on DC lights on, and that should extinguish very shortly. So this is the system that will tell the plane where it is and where it's going and give us a lot of information for the avionics. Now it's online, and the aligned light needs to be steady, not flashing. If we move this selector to the last, to heading, at the moment it gives us a number. It doesn't have anything to do with heading, but it gives us a number, which is the number of minutes that it takes for the ILS to align. It can vary. It can be round about anything between 6-7 minutes to 10 minutes, depending on the latitude and the place on the globe where you are. At higher latitudes, it normally takes longer, and close to the equator, it takes less time. Now that's all done, and it's aligning. And then the next, we're gonna go on the status display, which is here. So these 2 buttons are engine and status. So we're going to be using them a lot. So we press the status display, and we're going to go and check the crew oxygen pressure. So oxygen pressure over here should be enough. We check the hydraulic quantity, which is here 0.86. If there was a RF in magenta next to it, it means that we need to refill them. And then we have the engine oil quantity, that which we actually check over here. This is the engine oil, 15 quarts, and this is the APU oil. Now, the way the oil consumption is modeled is really, really accelerated in this plane, and you don't want to ever run out of hydraulic liquid and oil. So what we do every time we start it, when I load it at this point, we go into ground and we do maintenance. You look at that, look at the quantity, press maintenance, and everything is refilled, including engine oil that went from 15 to 18. So I would strongly recommend to do it every time. At this point, we can also load the plane. So let's have a look at the flight plan. There we are. Let's get the tablet again. So if we go to ground, we'll have pax number. Now, if you use the LIDO, you can either adjust the pax and the cargo in order for the zero fuel weight here to match what is here, or you can load on SimBrief the correct airframe. If you look for Fligh Factor 767 SimBrief airframe, and then you can save that. There are different ones depending on the engines you're using, but if you match that, once you do that, when you use the pax numbers, so the passengers numbers, then it will match exactly the weights. While if you use the standard 767 from SimBrief, it won't. So in that case, it's just better to make up the passenger numbers in order to match the zero fuel weight. But let's do that. We have zero cargo, as you can see here, 230 passengers. And at this point, we have zero fuel weight of 113715, which is 1137, what we are expecting there. Now, 113716. It's 1 kilo of difference. Then the fuel weight, we're gonna need 13057. We're planning to do one go around, so I'll just put a couple of tons more, round it up to 15. And the gross weight is 128 as opposed to 126, so we're fine with that. And now we can press. Make sure the loading and unloading takes quite a while, and you cannot stop it once it starts. So do make sure that the figures are absolutely right before you start. You can also move the passengers around to optimize the center of gravity, or you can press on it and it will do it automatically, so you have a lower center of gravity, especially when you have only passengers and you don't have cargo. It can be quite aft, quite at the back, the center of gravity. Now we're happy with everything we do. Load, unload. There we go. Now we're loaded. First thing we do before doing anything else, unlike for example the Airbus, we're gonna go in and program the FMC. Now we're gonna have the noise of all the loaders at the back. I hope the volume is right. It should be. Now FMC, this is the way it starts, and you can get here anytime by pressing menu. So if you're ever lost, press menu, you go back here. Now into settings, I have selected the PIP FMS rather than the original. It just has some ever so slightly better functionality. So once again, it depends how old you want this aircraft to be in terms of how it's simulated. And then of course kilograms and pounds. But let's go back. Start the FMC. We're on the ident page. Very first page, we're checking that we have what we're expecting to have. So we're flying the 767-300 ER. We have the General Electric engines. The database is current, valid until April 21st of 2022, and that's all good. Now this is not, I don't know if it's simulated this one actually, but that's the drag fuel consumption factor. We don't need that. Now we go on to pausing it to begin with. Now the way this is, like if you're coming from Airbus, on Airbus you need to have the acronym diff script to know which buttons to press in which sequence when you're programming the FMC, the MEC2 in that case. While here, Boeing is quite clever. Everything is always here. So you start here and then you press the bottom right. When you finish this one, bottom right, and so forth and so on. So you always have the bottom right to press, and you get you through the entire procedure. So let's start with pausing it. We need to tell the plane where it is. So the airport, which is Seoul, RKSI, and we plonk it there. Now, oh, that was very Scottish. Now, the gate. The gate would be the best way in real life to tell the plane where it is. So if we put the plane now has no idea where it is. That's why here on the HSI there is no map displayed, and the ADI as well is blank because the plane does not know where it is. Still 1 minute to align, but it wants to know the position. That's what it's flashing for. The flashing align tells you, I don't know where I am, can you please tell me where I am? If you switch to pause, you can see there are no coordinates. So in real life what you do, you put the gate, but here many gates are not in the database. So what you do, you just take the GPS position, you put it in the scratch pad, and you copy it into this blank space. Now if you want to be really realistic and you want to go and check this position, you can go and take your maps and your charts over here, go into airports and go and find the parking coordinates. You get your parking coordinate chart and you go and take your parking, which is 11, and you see 37271, 37270, and then 126272, 126272. That's accurate enough for us, so we put it there. At this point, the align light stops flashing, and you can see the ILS now know where it is. Okay, and that's it. That's the position. Initialization. That's the difficult. Now we go on to route, and we program the route. Now, two ways to do that. You can either do that manually, so by entering your origin airport, destination airport, and then going to enter all your airways and waypoints. But I think on the tutorial for the 737 I did that manually, but that's a short hauler. This is a long hauler. You don't really want to do that. So what you better do, use SimBrief to generate all your flight plans, and then SimBrief will automatically inject. You can export your flight plan onto the database for the plane. You can look up how that's done, but it's fairly straightforward. You just need to make sure that it goes in a specific folder. It doesn't go in the generic explain flight plans folders. For the 767 and the 757, they go in a specific place, and that was the bit of me trying to tell you where they go. Let me see. For the 767, it goes inside the aircraft folder, inside the main 767 folder, and then there's a folder called co-routes, and that's where it goes. While I believe, is it the same? Yes, for the 757 it's the same. It goes into co-routes. Perfect. Once you have it in there, you will be able to load the plan directly by writing the file number. Now that's a slight oddity. For the 767, the way the SimBrief names the file is departure airport, then arrival airport, which is RJAA, and then 01. While for the 757, there is no 01. It's only departure and destination airport. You write that, you put it in co-route, and the route is loaded. So at this point, you can see all the waypoints are already populated, which is very handy. Now you need to specify the runway. Gonna go and check on our flight plan. It's gonna be runway 34 right, and then the flight number, which is all Nippon 8478. Yes, Alpha November Alpha 8478. There we go. Now we have everything we need. We can activate and execute. So whenever you need to activate anything, it always is activate and then execute after that. So we're back again. If you're ever in doubt, just to go back to the main page, you can do menu FMC as we said, or you can do the III, which is what we do in reality, I believe, which is init index ident, and you're back at the start, and you can start. If you ever feel lost, start again the flow. So pause init, we've done pause init, that's correct. Route, we filled it. Now we need to select the departure and the arrival. So the departure, go on the departure page. If you go on the index, this time you're at index of the departure arrival. It's always good to start from here. You have route 1 and route 2 if you populate the alternate route. But here, that's where you select your departure, SID and runway. And here you have the arrival for, well, in this case, where we're going to Tokyo. Okay, so we start with the departure. And we're saying that we're going to depart on 34 right. So it says ACT at the moment. We want to make sure that it says cell selected. Now that was actual. He knew that it was the actual one or the active one because we entered it earlier in the previous page, but we want to make sure it's confirmed. So we do select, and then we do OSPOT 1 Yankee. There we go. There is no transition, so we can execute that. And then we go back to index RJAA, so Tokyo arrival is going to be a RNAV 34 right selected there, BINXP, and is going to be no transition. We're just checking on, I normally plan it on Navigraph to check all of these things, and there's no transition. So we go and execute. At this point, the route is in. We want to double check the route now straight away. So we go on the EFIS panel, which is this one, and this one for the FO, for the there we go. Sorry. And there we go. So here we have all the options. What in the 737 you have here, just left of the MCP, is you steer on the center pedestal. So we have all our modes to swap: VOR, approach, and the map. We want to put it on plan here, the last one. I normally keep it a zoom of 40 miles, which is reasonable. So zoom in onto your HSI and we start having a look. Now the HSI, how does it work? If it's in map, it's oriented the same way the plane is oriented. So this is our plane, so we're now looking at well, south, facing south. And if you put the legs page, it just tells you all the legs, but of course you can scroll the legs and it doesn't change anything. That's the present, let's say, what's happening right now. If you put it on plan, it changes to north oriented. It doesn't show it here, but this time it's north oriented. And when you go into the leg page, you can scroll and scroll all your flight plan. Quite classic. Anybody who's flown an airliner should be familiar with that. So what we do, we just check that there's no discontinuities, and then this magenta line makes sense. So we just pressed come to page 1, start pressing steps one by one, and make sure that it's all good. You need to pay a lot of attention because sometimes there are discontinuities, even if the magenta line is continuous. So we need to make sure that we check the magenta line, but we check as well that there are no discontinuities in the pages. We go through all the points, make sure that nothing looks odd, like weird magenta lines shooting off into the sunset. And there we go, everything is connected. Now, if there was how to show it, let's see, if there was a discontinuity, it would look, just doing something to show discontinuity, it would look like this. So you would have, you see, you don't see magenta line, and you see here route discontinuity. Now it's across the page, so it's more difficult to see, but you can see here there's a empty box and route discontinuity. So you want to make sure you close that discontinuity, you stitch it back up. By closing it, you take the point right below the discontinuity, you put it instead of the boxes, and that's it. Nip and tuck, and it's all correct. There we go. Once you check that that is okay, we put again the HSI back to map and 10 miles, which is what we're going to need later. And then we go to the next step. So again, we lost the, what do we press? Again, we do I, and we go back to where we were. So now we have the performance init page. So we need to enter the gross weight. In reality, you would enter that manually, I believe, but here is the same. Perks are the same. The plane knows how heavy it is, because if we go here, it knows the gross weight. So you just only need to press on this left button and it will automatically populate it. It knows the plane. This is actually how it is in reality. It does know how much fuel it has. So it will then populate the zero fuel weight on its own. We're gonna check those figures, that they're correct. Go back to page 113.7, and that's correct. And gross weight, we loaded a couple of extra tons, so instead of 126, it's 128.7. Now, reserve fuel, if you use the Lido plan, it will tell you over here. If you use anything else and it doesn't tell you the reserve, you can calculate it. It's the final reserve plus the alternate. So basically, it's everything apart from trip, and contingency fuel. Okay, so 3.64, so we approximate 3.7. Now, bear in mind, remember where this is in the perfinite page, because we might have to manipulate later. Manipulate it later, because the calculations for the fuel on the 767-757 unfortunately are very much off, because it doesn't take winds into considerations, while every modern airliner takes all the winds predicted that we enter in the FNC based on the forecast to calculate how much fuel it's going to use, how much time it's going to take it into flight. But these two planes do not do that, unfortunately. So the fuel calculations and the times can be off. Now, cruise altitude is going to be 370. I'm going to put 350 because I want to show the flight or the step climbs later on. So I'll just put 350 for now. And the cost index is 202. Cost index is, well, a value that tells you how much fuel you're going to burn, practically. In reality, it is a rate between the cost of time and the cost of fuel for a specific airline. So when the cost index is low or close to zero, it means that the cost of fuel is the primary concern of that specific airline. So with a low cost index into the FNC will calculate the lowest speed it can possibly fly with, and that will make the fuel consumption very low. But of course, it will mean that the time is very long. It's the same time. It's the same thing that when you're in a car. If you drive very slow, you'll burn very little fuel, but it will take you a lot of time to get to your destination. But why might you want the cost index to be high? Because on a very long haul with a lot of crew members, then at a certain point, the hourly pay, if you're paying, I don't know, overtime or just some extra stuff or equipment, rent and etc., then the time might start, every hour of flight might start to become more expensive than an hour of fuel. So at that point you raise your cost index and you get there faster. So this is a fairly high cost index, as the maximum is 999, and of course that will be I don't think there's much difference from 250, let's say around 250 to 900. So then we press takeoff and we go on to flaps. Flap setting, standard flap setting for the 767 is 15. Now there are different flap settings, of course, for different versions. Bear in mind that we're dealing with many different versions, from the 767 200, 300, ER, the 757 200 and 300. But standard flap settings for the 767 is 15. And you try and use higher flap settings for short-term runways, as of course you can take off with a slightly lower speeds. If there was a lot of terrain around you though, higher flap settings mean that the initial climb performance is very sluggish. So if you're coming out of something like Innsbruck, well, that's a bit of a pickle. You wouldn't go there with a 767. But if you were in somewhere like Innsbruck with a lot of terrain and you had a very long runway, then you might want to use lower flap setting. But 15 will do 99% of your flights. So flaps 15. Thrust, this is a thrust rating, so an assumed temperature. If you use real life calculator, you could set an assumed temperature. Now the real temperature here is 9 degrees. If we put a reduced temperature, because of the way this works, the engines will actually spool at a lower percentage, and that saves a lot of maintenance. As simple as that. It just extends the life of the engines. So if we put 0, you can see there it's 105. So this is the thrust setting that is planning to use on takeoff. That's calculated by the computers. If I put 70 derated, it would go to 93. You see what a huge difference. But I think personally, I think the 767 is underpowered compared to the real one. So if you use a real performance calculator, I found myself many times with very little runway, just barely making it. So we're not paying for maintenance. Let's not use that. Okay. What you want to use, you can use a predetermined D-rated setting, which is here on the thrust management computer 3MC over here. Now this will set pre-selected D-rated modes, like over here the 1 and the 2. You can see the toga is 105.7, and then 1 is 102 and 2 is 99 plus decimal 4. Now we want to use these based on the weights we have. If we're fully loaded, we're definitely going to go toga, and if we're light like today, because it's a very short flight, we can use a D-rated 1, and that will derate the climb as well. And that's a very good thing to use in the 757, because the 757, especially at lightweight, it tends to climb like an absolute rocket. So on the 757, unless you're stretching the limits and you're going very long haul, you might want to use 2 as well, or another derated. But this one will derate the climb as well, so it's always a good thing to use this one. Now for today, we'll just use derated 1, and you can see takeoff -1. You can see that's automatically populated there. Then we want to press on center of gravity here, and that will populate automatically the center of gravity as we entered it before, and tell you the stabilizer trim to set. Position shift is not modeled, so let's not worry about that. And then the speed. When we need to enter the V1, VR, V2, you can use like a topper calculator again, or it's all automatic, and it's really, really good actually. So press here on select on, it will give you the speeds on the side. All you need to do is to click the button to activate them. Instead of being small font and the little arrow, you want them to be in the large font. And at this point, they're all programmed, and the V2 is automatically entered on the MCP over here. That's it. At this point, you go to press this one, it tells you pre-flight complete. We've done everything we needed. Well, now we will continue with our pre-flight procedure. So we start from the overhead, and the overhead scan is very much a traditional Boeing scan. So we start from left to right, from top to bottom, over the 5 panels. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, from top to bottom. Okay, so the philosophy again is lights off, but not entirely off. We have some white lights and some orange lights. So these are the white lights, and some of them are okay, but we need to make sure that the orange lights are definitely all extinguished. Okay, so we start with the yaw damper switches over here, and we check the yaw damper switches are on. Then we continue to the EEC, so the electronic engine control. We check that they're not on alternate. Rule of thumbs, nothing should ever be on alternate, and everything should be in normal for normal operations. Then we come to the hydraulic panel, which you'll have a quick look at. Now, the hydraulic panel, just to quickly understand what the switches do. Now, the hydraulics of the 767 and the 757 are comprised of 3 different systems: the left, the center, and the right hydraulic system. Now, the left and the right are practically identical. So you have an engine-driven pump, which is this one over here, and then an electric motor pump, which is this one over here. The electric motor pump offers backup, so redundancy, and aids as well the engine-driven pump on times of high demand from flight control surfaces and etc. The center system has, 4 pumps actually, 3 plus the ram air turbine. Now, electric pump, there are 2 of them, 1 and 2. Then there is an air-driven pump, which is here, then is driven by the by bleed pressure, and then you have the ram air turbine, which is only in emergency cases. It's a turbine that pops out the bottom of the plane if you don't have any other means of pressurizing the hydraulic system, and it provides electricity and hydraulic pressure. You can have a look at the system here. It tells you what each of the hydraulic system is powering, what systems they're powering. Okay, now that goes off. So at this point, as we can start, well, we check that the system pressure is off, but the quantity light is, the system pressure is on, of course, because there's no pressure at the moment, but the quantity light is off, so we know that we have hydraulic fluid. And then we're going to go ahead and start the left and right engine primary pump switches. So here and here, and we do that now because the engines are off, so we're not worried about pressurizing system yet. Then the center 1 and 2 electric pump switches here, they stay off and the pressure light is illuminated, and the demand pump selectors, so these three, they're all off, and again the pressure light is illuminated. Then we go to the second panel here. We check that the ELT emergency locator transmitter is on and closed. Whenever it's closed, it's automatically on, because even if you turn it on, it's automatically off, sorry. It goes automatically to off, okay? So you just need to have the guard down. Then we check that the battery switch is on and the main battery discharge light is extinguished because now we're on external power. Standby power selector is on auto and the off light here to the right is extinguished. We check that the APU generator is on. We leave it on now, so when we start the APU, it will automatically provide power. Even though, bear in mind, remember always the APU has low priority. Main priority is always the engine and the external power. So if you have the APU on, the external power will still provide electricity, and that will be handy. Well, it will be useful to know later on when I tell you how to make sure you don't make a big mistake. Then the bus tie switches, we check that they're auto and the main bus lights are off. We check the utility bus switches go on, and this will power the galley and the recirculation fans on the air conditioning panel. Then we check that the generator control switches are on, again to make sure that when we start the engines, they will provide automatic electricity. We check that the APU selector is as needed. At the moment it's off. We don't want to start it until closer. Most airports in the world have a limit of 50 minutes before pushback for operation of APU. You would use it if you were at an airport that is cold, and if you needed air conditioning and you didn't have an air conditioning ground unit. Technically today we would need it, but it's fine. Let's pretend that the passengers are not there yet. Then the taxi light switches that are down here, you have the left one is the taxi light switch, and then the two here on the right are the turn off light switches, and we make sure that those are off. Third panel over here on top, we start with the cargo heat. We check that those come on. These are not present in the 757. We check that the emergency light goes to armed, and we close the guard, and once again it automatically goes to armed once you close the guard, and the unarmed light is extinguished. We check that the passenger oxygen light is extinguished and the ram air turbine light is extinguished. Engine ignition selector are single, so either one or two. It depends. In certain airlines they have certain rules to make sure they always switch between one or the other. Both will be used only for a relighting flight. So we leave it to one. These standards are on the off position as you go through your flow, and we need to make sure that they go to auto. The crossfeed switches, crossfeed over here, we check that they're off and the valve light is off. Then the fuel pump switches, they are all off. The left, the right, and the center ones are off, and the pressure light is illuminated only on the left and right, not on the center pumps. If we had fuel in the center tanks, and I believe it will illuminate the pressure light because it's a prompt to press the switch, the pressure light. But unless there is fuel in the center pump, you don't need, in the center tank, you don't need the center pump. Then we check the wing anti-ice is off, the left and right engine anti-ice are off, the wiper selector is off, the position light, which is this one, is off. So in certain planes it tells you anti-collision, position, anti-collision, strobe light, while here it calls the strobe light is called white anti-collision, and the anti-collision is called red. Okay, so this is the position light, so your lights on the tip of the wings, so your green and red light. The red is the beacon, so many planes call it the beacon, and that is the red light that is on top at the bottom of the plane. And then the white are the strobes, and the strobes you want them on only and exclusively on the runway and in flight, and that's it. While the red beacon normally comes on when you're about to start the engines. Certain airlines on the 767 actually start that when you're pressurizing the hydraulic systems, but we'll follow the standard engines on red light. Then the wing light over here stays off. It can go on if you're at night and you're doing an external inspection, or if you're checking for ice accretion on the wings. But we're in broad daylight, so we don't need that. We check that the landing lights are all off, and then we go to the next panel. Over here, window heat comes on, 1, 2, 3, 4, and the in-op light goes off. No smoking selector down here can go to on. Seat belts can go to on because we finished refueling. Otherwise, we will leave them off and wait for refueling to be complete. There we go. Then the cabin altitude control. We check that the rate knob over here is on index. So this white line is aligned with the index. That means that the rate is automatic. So when pressurizing the plane, the cabin rate of climb and descent will be automatic, and it will be 500 feet per minute on climb and 300 feet per minute on descent. Unless you have failures, you don't need to worry about this. The landing altitude selector, we select the landing altitude, which today is 140. The way you check it, you check in on your chart. So here we go. Oh, again. Here we go and take our Tokyo Narita Airport. We check on the top of the chart. 135 is the airport elevation, so we set it there. 130. The mode selector, it can be either auto 2 or auto 1. Of course, definitely not manual, otherwise it won't pressurize. Auto 2 or auto 1 doesn't really matter. If you're on auto 2 and that phase, it switches automatically to auto 1, so it doesn't really matter too much. Then equipment cooling selector over here stays on auto. The cabin light, we can put it up. The cabin control temperatures are going to be over here. And then we start having a look at the air conditioning system. So let's try and understand a little bit how it works first. I think it's always beneficial. So this is the air conditioning system. The way it works, let's go and pick up, what do we need? Trim air. Okay, let's have a look over here. Air conditioning system, how does it work? We get bleed air from the engines down here. So bleed air that we take out of the engines and goes through all these ducts, and then it goes through, well, it's cooled down. Of course, it's bleed air. It's taken from either the low pressure stage or high pressure stage of the engines, very hot air, it gets cooled down, it gets passed through a pack over here, an air conditioning pack that controls the temperature of that air. Then the packs send the air into a mixed manifold and then send it to different areas of the plane. This is a schematic for the 757, so you can see only 2 cabin temperatures and 1 flight deck, while the 767 has 3 cabin and 1 flight deck. So what is happening? The air from the packs is getting directly into the different zones of the cabin, but it can only come out at one specific temperature, so you cannot vary the temperature because it's all mixed in the mixed manifold and it all comes out at the same temperature. So at what temperature does it come out? It comes out at the lowest temperature of any of these 4 selectors. So what I've done now, I just put them to auto. So part of the flow is to make sure that from the off position here, you turn them all counterclockwise and you put it on auto. Okay, so this will be automatically selected. Now, the air coming out of the packs will be as cold as the coldest selector is commanding. So if we put this here, the air coming out of the mixed manifold will be at that temperature. So everything will be the same temperature. So how do we make sure we have individual control over the different areas? And that's achieved by using trim air. Trim air is unconditioned air that comes directly off the bleeds and is injected individually in the different areas to warm the air. So the air that comes out of the mixed manifold is going to be very cold because we commanded very cold air here, and we're going to inject trim air onto the other areas to warm it up. So that's what we do. First thing, we put all these knobs onto the auto, then trim air comes on because we need it for temperature control, and then the recirculating fan come on again. Circulating fan is another neat trick. Circulator fan is air from the cabin and the flight deck that gets recirculated, gets drawn from here, from the back of the cabin and the flight deck, and that's recirculated into the mixed manifold. So up to 50% of the air is recirculated. So, and that of course lowers the demand from the bleed system. So you put back in the manifold, remixed with cold air, reconditioned, and then put back through. Okay, so you want the recirculating fan to be on. And there we go. So we've done the temperature select, so trim air, recirculating fan. The pack selectors go on auto, sorry. And at this point you can hear the air starting to flow. So at this point you see the temperature will start to rise. So of course, if you needed really to warm up the cabin quickly because you have passengers starting to board, at the stage of the APU, we'll turn the APU on, come here and configure the conditioning panel straight away so that you can start warming up. There we go. Then we check the left, center and right isolation switches are on. So again, a very quick explanation of this system. Quick schematic there. Pneumatics, so that's how it works. This is the 767. The 757 is actually a little bit different, but let's have a look quickly. Again, the schematics help us very much understand what's going on here. So you have the bleed air coming from the engines over here, going into these ducts, and then we have the air going to the air conditioning packs or going to the center ducts. Now, coming out of the engines and pressurizing, well, the whole system with air. Now, what is important to understand is that, well, two things. A, from this part over here, we have the ADP, so the air-driven pump that we discussed earlier. but then as well the cargo heat, the board cargo heat. So we always need air to get to this specific duct. How do we do that? We open the isolation valve. So you can see it's quite self-explanatory. This is black. The duct is interrupted. When it's on, the duct is open. So you will have engine air coming into the center duct. So this one needs to stay on the whole time. But when you have APU running, so that allows as well the APU air to power the packs. And that's why, again, it needs to be always on. But one thing that is difficult to understand, so when you turn on the APU, unless you have the right and left isolation valves on, air is not going to reach the packs. It's a little bit difficult to understand here because you can see this duct and you would assume that the air from the APU would go here to the packs, but it doesn't, because as you can see here, this is a check valve. So the air from the APU cannot go back through the check valve. It needs to go through the isolation valve. So that's why we turn on the left and right isolation valve, so that once we have bleed air from the APU running, that will power the packs. Now, the reason why, yeah, sorry, I stopped a second because I just realized that I said the air conditioning is working now, and it shouldn't have, of course, because there is no bleed air coming from the engines or the APU. So this loud air noise, you shouldn't have heard it once you put the packs on auto. It all happened because part of my configuration over here, if you go into ground, I have the ACU, and that's the ground air conditioning unit. I don't know if it's model. Is it model? Yes, it's model. You can see the air conditioning unit is this one, and that is what is injecting air into the air conditioning system. So that's why the air conditioning started working. Otherwise it wouldn't. Well, I can show you very simply. If we go onto ground, and you can hear there's no more air conditioning, and the packs are off. That's it. So let's leave it off for now so we can hear them coming back when we start the APU. And then we go at the bottom and we finish, and we do the engine bleeder switches on. There we are. So practically everything is on. 1, 2, 3. These are pack reset, so they never stay on. But 1, 2, 3, these are on, and all these buttons we turn everything on. Then we come on the MCP, we check that. Oh, sometimes these they come on automatically. Some of the switches are a bit random. Normally they should be off. Now flight director switches go on, and the auto throttle switch can already be armed. Then the bank limit selector over here, we check that it's on auto. We normally leave it always on auto because on auto the system, well, it sort of limits the bank based on the speed of the aircraft. So at low speeds you have full bank, so 30 degrees, and at higher speed it automatically limits it. So it's very rare that you need to select anything manual. We normally leave it on auto. Then the autopilot disengage bar over here is up. The VOR DME switches are auto. Now the 767 automatically tunes VOR to update the position of the plane together with the ILS on the FNC. So it always constantly switches from VOR to VOR to make sure that it knows exactly where it is and do a position check. You have, though, of course, an option to put it onto manual. So if you need to do a VOR approach, or you, for any other reason, you need to manually tune it, you can switch to manual, and then you have manual control. Otherwise, it stays in auto. Now, bear in mind, for the life of me, when I started this plane, I couldn't understand why this manual switch wouldn't go to auto, and that's because the EFIS panel here needs to be on map or plan. If you're doing a VOR or an approach over here, it will only allow you to select manual. It needs to be on map or plan to be auto. So at this point it goes to auto automatically, and if you put it back to VOR, it will go to manual. Simple as that. There we go. Then the next step, so we've done everything on the MCP. We can come down and do the oxygen mask. We can do a test. This is not exactly how it works in real life, so it's a pretty pointless test, but you can just press and you can hear the oxygen flowing. We then check over here. All the switches are either up, pointing up, which is the normal position, or off, not in alternate, as we said before. Now, all these switches are switches that give you redundancy in case a system fails. So we have the flight director. So in case you see the flight director is disappearing, you can switch to the center on the right. FCC, this is the flight control computer. In case indications on the nav display here disappear, you can make sure that you have an option here either to select the right FNC or the left FNC or just the CDU. Then you have the EFI, which is the basically the symbol generator. If everything disappears from these two screens, you can put it on alternate. And then you have the ILS. So in case, and the air data. Now the ILS gives you certain things like the ground speed, and it gives you, of course, your position. So if you were to lose this, you would put this on alternate. And lastly, the air data that gives you the altitude and the airspeed, and it's over here. And then again, you have two systems of pitot and static ports giving you those indications. But again, the failures are not automatic on the 767, so unless you force a failure, you never have to use this. But that's it. We checked that they were all in the correct position. Then we check that the IRS alignment is complete at this point, because we're checking that now, because we're checking that the indications on the ADI and the HSI make sense. And if they were not aligned, you wouldn't have anything. So you can already tell it's aligned, but you can confirm it by the fact that here you have your latitude, and here latitude and longitude, and here there is no more single number, there is a code. So that means they are aligned. So at this point, you check the indications on the ADI and the HSI makes sense. There's nothing odd. We set the altimeters. So let's have a look. We are now RKSI. We check the 80s. QNH 1027. So we set that over here. There is no button to set standard. You always have to scroll this. So to make our life a little easier, Fligh Factor has also, there we go, 1027. I've also implemented a little arrow on this screw. So instead of having to go and reset this one manually, you can just hit the arrow, and that will port automatically the QNH setting onto the first officer altimeter. And then we set the standby altimeter 1027. There we go. And then we check that the altitude makes sense. So you take your charts. So charts for RKSI airport. Check the altitude is 23, and here is indicating 60. Normally within around 30 feet is okay. Then once we have that, we check that the flying, we said the flying instruments are okay. We check the FMA. FMA, we should have the roll mode, takeoff, the pitch mode, takeoff, and the FDS status. So the flight director status is FD. At any point, if you have anything different than that, because maybe you pressed by mistake heading hold, and you have this, which is not takeoff, the way to reset it is just by just turning the flight directors off, they blank, you go back on, and it will always go back to takeoff, FD. We check the auto land status, the upper is blanked. We check that the reserve brake and steering is not on, we check that is off. The attitude indicator caging control, we pull that, so make sure that is pulled, and the ILS selector, so for the standby, is off. You cannot really see an arrow here, but basically you turn it all the way left onto off. Standby engine indicator selector over here. So normally we have our engine indicator and all the values indicated over here on the ICAS. If we were to lose AC power or we had a failure of the ICAS panels, this would automatically turn on and show you the engine values. But if you leave it on auto, it stays blanked unless we have another failure. Then we go auto brake selector and we turn it to RTO, so rejected takeoff. Landing gear lever. Landing gear lever is down. Alternate gear extend switch over here, the guard is closed. The ground proximity warnings, so the flap override, the gear override, and the terrain override are all guarded and off. We check that the alternate flap selector is on normal, and then the alternate flap switches are off. We check that the upper ICAS, the engine indicators are normal, they don't display any exceedance, and the secondary engine indications are all normal. We check the status display at this point. We check there are no messages. If there were any failures or in operating systems, you will have messages here. We make sure that there's nothing. Computer selector goes to auto over here, and the thrust reference selector is on both. Difficult to see, but we make sure that that is, see the little line over there, we make sure that's on both. Then at this point we check, we've done, well, we completed our center panel. So we've done the NCP, we've done the center panel, we check these switches over here as well, and then we come on to the center pedestal. So we check that the decision height is as we need it. So one thing that I didn't show over here when doing the pre-flight on the FMS, if we go on to our takeoff page over here, we have actually two pages. So we've entered all the speeds, there's a second page. These, I don't believe they're modeled again, so there's no point in putting all these things. But we can decide what our acceleration altitude is. Now, as standard, the acceleration altitude is 1,000 feet. And that's okay for most places. But you might want acceleration altitude in certain places. Acceleration altitude, you might want to set it higher. Like, for example, again, when it comes to Innsbruck, at acceleration altitude, the plane reduces the thrust and then accelerates. So I need to do that, it shallows a lot the climb. So in certain parts of the world, you might not want that to happen until a certain height. Of course, airline will have their own procedure, so they will tell you based on the airport you are what this would be. But a standard 1,000 feet is okay. But bear in mind, if you have a lot of terrain in the vicinity of the airport, you might want to change this one to another value. So at this point, I put myself the acceleration altitude there as a little visual reminder when I get there. No need to do it on both pilots, as will be, well, we're only one, of course. Then what we do, we check the terrain switch. We use it as needed. Standard procedure on the 767 is that terrain switch is on the pilot monitoring, and then the weather radar display on the pilot flying. But of course that can change again if you had a lot of terrain around you. For situational awareness, you would want to switch those and have terrain for the pilot flying. We then check that the HSI, the range selector, is where we need it. We normally keep it on 10 for the pilot flying and 40 for the pilot monitoring. The traffic, we press the traffic, we press the center, so we're going to display here. You can see TCAS off when you press it, and that's because it is going to display all the TCAS symbols and messages on the HSI if we have this one selected. So we always want to have it on. The mode selector, we leave map for both, so pilot flying, pilot monitoring. At this point we check that the speed brake lever is down. We're checking the reverse thrust levers are down, and that the forward thrust levers are down, so on idle. We check that the flap lever agrees with what is shown over here, so this is showing 0 and we have 0. Parking brake, we check that the accumulator pressure is on, so we see brake pressure, so the accumulator has full pressure, and we check that parking brake is on. Stabilizer trim cutout switches, we check that the guard is closed. Fuel control switches are cut off. These lights are extinguished, and then we come to this part of the pedestal. We're checking that the weather radar, we put the tilt up to 5, because if we leave it on 0 on the ground, we would have a return from the ground. Let's see how to see this better. Okay, that's better. Then we check that the left VHF panel is set. At this point, of course, we would set ground frequency and then tower frequency or departure, whatever we need if we're flying online. We check that the captain's audio control panel is set as we need it, and that is one major trick of the 757 and 767. By default, the VHF knob is pushed down, so it's off. And you can see this is slightly darker, so the light is off, while these are pulled up and the light is on. So you can hear the PA, you can hear the intercom, but by default the VHF is off. So what happens very often to people who start flying this plane, they go onto VATSIM, the first flight, and they cannot hear the controllers. So make sure that this one is on and you turn the volume full. This is going to be your VATSIM controllers control. Then we check that the ADF panel is as we need it, whether if we need to tune any NDBs for the departure procedure. Engine fire panel, over here we check that all the lights are extinguished. If you want, you can do a fire test to check everything is working. Check that the transponder panel is standby and we're on 2000. Check that the ILS panel is as needed, so now it's blanked. If you were on very low visibility and you wanted the ILS indication on departure to stay aligned with the runway, you could set this one before departure, if of course you are on a runway with ILS. Check that the APU fire panel here is all extinguished, and the VHF on the first officer, again, it's all set. At this point we can do the pre-flight checklist. So over here, pre-flight checklist, we check that the oxygen has been tested, and with it, pressurization mode selector is auto. Flight instruments, we check the heading are all consistent, so we have 187, 187, and that's south, so that's good. Altimeter, we have 3033, 3033, and 3033 or 1027. So that's all checked. Parking brake is set. Fuel control switches are cut off, and the gear pins are removed. Now you'll notice this is a 757 checklist, but it's absolutely identical to the 767. No, well, different airlines have different normal checklists, of course. I very much like this one personally. You can get any checklist you like. The only difference here is that when it comes to isolation switch, it says off, because in the 757 there is only one isolation switch, and that goes off after start, while here you turn off the left and the right and you leave the center on. So that's the only difference. But personally, I do like this one. And that's it. The pre-flight checklist is complete. Now we're gonna go and do the before start procedure. So we would obtain the departure clearance. So we would get in touch with departure and telling them all Nippon 8478 stand 11 with information, whatever that was, requesting clearance to Tokyo Narita. We will get our departure clearance. At this point, we would double check that is the same that we were expecting. So we did plan for the Ospot 1 Yankee over here. That's the one that we planned for. So we would double check that's correct. That's the same that they're giving us, and the departure runway is the same. We would get our squawk, and we would enter our squawk in the transponder. So let's pretend 0522 is one I normally use just to have something to remember. 0522, and that's correct. Then we would check the takeoff reference at this point. Now, takeoff reference so we go on to init ref and we check that the speeds are the same. Well, in reality, we will check that nothing has changed, because if they gave us a different runway or a different departure, well, with different runway primarily, the speeds change, because every runway with different length and different conditions, of course, you would have different speeds. So you want to make sure that that's still valid. If you change runway, I believe this should tell you, I don't know if it's the Zibo only, but it should tell you that the speeds have been deleted. Then after that, we check that the ES bags have been set, so the speed bags have been set. Now, they are here, so with these avionics, it's automatically set. You don't need to worry about it. On the modern avionics, you need to manually set them, but here they are automatic. So you can see 1, 2, 3, which is our V1 is here. The V2 139 is set there, and then the same happens over here. So you have 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 9, and then you have 1, 3, 9, which is your V2. Now, let's discuss it now, something important to understand, because you might use the version of the ADI without the speed tape. So in that case, you would rely on this speed indicator. Now, the way the speed bags are set, let's see if I can get a visual aid there. Okay, the way the speed bags are set, these three are the speeds over here. These other two actually do not relate to these. They relate to one speed which we don't see and we cannot really get, but the plane knows. Now, normally in real life, the pilots will get it from their takeoff performance calculator, while we don't. But it is set automatically. So, and it's the speed VREF plus 30. So that would be the speed that at the weight we have now, we would be flying if we were landing with flaps 30. So VREF plus 30. The only way you can see VREF sorry, not VREF plus 30, VREF 30. Beg your pardon, VREF 30, which means the reference speed, the landing speed with flaps 30. And now we would see that if we were on a landing phase. So once you press init ref on landing, you would see here your VREFs and you could pick up your VREF 30. But we cannot. But the plane automatically calculates it. This is more of a problem when you have to enter your speeds manually with the upgraded avionics. but here it's all okay. So VREF 30, and then the plane automatically sets VREF 30 plus 20, plus 40, plus 60, and plus 80, because those are speeds that you need to reference for flaps operation. So VREF would be round about here. Now, there are not enough bags to indicate 20, 40, 60, and 80. There's only 2 of them. So all the plane indicates is VREF 30 plus 40 and plus 80. So here you can see the plus 80 is at 217. So that means that our VREF is 137. So 137, 177, and 217. Okay, and then we pretend there is a little bug in between all of these. So this will be important later on for flap retraction, because when we depart with flaps 15 or 20, the first notch of flap, we select flaps 5 from 15 or 20, VREF 30 plus 20, which, as you said, is here in the middle. And we select flaps 1 at VREF 30 plus 40, which is here. And then flaps up at VREF 30 plus 60, which is here. So if you were using only this speed tape, this one tells you when to retract the flaps. But we are using the speed tape on the ADI as well. So on the speed tape, we will have some green F, letter F for Foxtrot, and that will tell us as well when to retract the flaps. Okay, that's it. So the bags are all set correctly. Then we check that the V2 is on the NCP, and that we see it went automatically once we populated in the FNC. So that's 139. We check that the LNAV is armed. This is an LNAV departure. If it was a vector departure or something without a an LNAV path programmed in the FMS, you might want to start to depart with a heading selected. But today we have everything programmed in the FMS, so we'll start with LNAV. We check that the initial heading is on the NCP. So the runway heading, we're going to go and take our chart. We're departing from 34 right, so we do 333. And then we check that our altitude, our stop altitude is in there. So we take our SID chart and we check whether there is a stop altitude mentioned anywhere. So here it says initial climb. It doesn't mention any stop altitude. That would be given by ATC in this case. Some charts have your stop altitude indicated here, so we set that. Some don't, like in this case they don't. Now, to show a function, what I'm gonna do, here you have all these constraints. So they're telling you that you need to be at or above this altitude. These are all at or above. I'm gonna put one at or below. So a stop altitude here, so I can show you one function of the FMS. So here it says 7,000 above. What we're going to put is 7,000 below. And that's it. And that's going to be our stop altitude. There we go, 7,000. We check at this point the route in the FMC. We check that that's consistent with what we programmed. Just one last check, making sure that we are flying correctly. So we go onto the route page, not on the legs. We go onto the route page. We go on the second page when we start this, and we check it against our flight plan. So let's go and get our flight plan over here. We go to page 2 on Lido, and we double check this information. So we're departing from 34 right of the OSPO 1 Yankee departure, OSPO 1 Yankee to OSPOT. Then we have Yankee 782 to Tango Golf Uniform. Yankee 659 to Kilo Papa Oscar, turn page. Yankee 685 to Sapra, direct to Miho, Yankee 38 to Maida, Yankee 71 to X-Ray Alpha Charlie, Yankee 233 to Utibo, and we have a direct, it's fine. Yankee 803 to Akira, direct to Binks, and then the Binks B to 34 right. So that all makes sense. And lastly, we check on the progress page over here, the mileage. Here you have the total mileage here next to the destination airport. It tells you the distance to go, and it's 825 nautical miles. We're going to check it against the ground distance here on the top right of the Lido. Ground distance is 821, 825. That makes sense. Depending on whether you selected the start, the arrival procedure, there might be a discrepancy, but 20-30 miles of discrepancy is acceptable. Any more than that, you might start asking your questions if the plan has been programmed properly. There we go. So we are ready to go. We've done everything. We can start the APU. Turn it to on and turn it to start. And we go here on the status page. You can see the APU EGT is rising. The RPN are rising. Cancel the caution. And that's it. While the APU starts, we can start a departure briefing. Departure briefing is very important. Even in simulator, many people overlook how important it is. But it's more important in a sim almost than it is in reality. That it sounds a bit absurd, but the main reason is because we don't have two pilots checking all the entries. In real life, one pilot enters everything, all the details, and then the other pilot checks it. So you can hear the avionics now coming up because the APU is pressurizing the packs. You can see here the pressure, the dark pressure is going up. But we normally have two pilots checking all the entries, while here in the sim there's only one. So we need to make sure that we really go through everything we've programmed, and we make sure that it's correct. Okay. So we'll do departure briefing roundabout the way it's done in real life, and also adding some FMS checks for the reason we just said. So we will start talking about threats, status of the aircraft, checking a few things over here, talk about the taxi and the departure. So let's start the briefing. So we're good to go. Let's do our pre-departure briefing. Now first, we'll take a look normally at threats and mitigation techniques. There's not many threats today. It can be anything from weather, so lots of traffic, or inoperative systems, and so forth and so on. There's not many threats I can think of today, but as usual in a flight sim, so single pilot environment, as we said, is always a threat. Mostly because of increased workload, so we'll make sure to limit the head down time during the taxi and focus on taxiing the plane, while performing any actions necessary only during straight. Now we have no mail items, and the plane has no inoperative system, so that's not a problem. We're in the sim, so there's no NOTAMs to discuss. The weather is, let's take a look, where was it? So we said that the weather is still 10:30 Zulu. The weather is good, it's cover condition, good visibility, wind at 240 at 06, so nothing to worry about there, and the visibility is wonderful. So beautiful weather. We don't need a departure alternate. In case of any issues, we'll be able to come back to this airport. Now we'll check the route page. We go onto route and we recap everything. So RKSI, so engine to RJAA, so Tokyo Narita International. Today we're going to be All Nippon 8478. We're flying via the uploaded route. We check at the Perfini page. We have a gross weight of 128.7 that we said we're okay with, 15 tons of fuel, and 113.7 is the zero fuel weight with a reserve of 3.7. Cruise altitude, we're going to cruise at 350, then we'll step to 370 and a cost index of 202. On the takeoff ref page, we have flaps 15, as we said. Going to have a derated thrust, derated 1 thrust setting. Trim is 1.3, and the V speeds are going to be 123, 129, and 139. So we checked lastly the prop page. As we said, we're expecting to have 825 that matches, and we are planning to arrive at 6.2, but pinch of salt, do not trust this figure. Trust well, sim brief, because the winds are not calculated, this is pretty much pointless. Okay, now today we are part, let's take out a chart. So today we are parked at gate 11, terminal 1, which is over here. Runway's use is 34 right, so we're expecting to push facing west, taxiing via Romeo 1, left on Romeo 7, then the second left on November to holding point Sierra, holding short of runway 34 right. This will be my takeoff. Runway 34 right is 4,000 meters long, dry with good braking action today. So the winds are going to be from, we're heading 340, and the winds are from 240, so quite possibly actually the runway would have turned, but doesn't matter too much. So we have pretty much straight winds from the left, so we're gonna have to put a little bit of right rudder to stay on the center line. We're gonna use the standard flaps 15, and we're going to fly in the Osport 1 Yankee departure. So we're on charts 20-3 Lima, effective 16th of June 2021. So we check that that's current. It's going to be an immediate left turn, so we said the runway is 333, so it's going to be an immediate left turn to 318 to the waypoint Yankee Delta 020, then left turn 280 to Yankee Delta 040 at or above 4,000 feet, and then left again 209 to Yankee Delta 070, where we programmed 7,000 as a ceiling. So we'll make sure to call 2,000 to go at 5,000 feet to make sure we decrease our vertical speed and avoid TCAS warnings. The MSA, what is it? Here, MSA is 2,600, so it won't be a concern today. We'll be above the MSA very soon after departure. Transition altitude is 14,000 feet. LNAV is pre-selected over here, so we will select a VNAV after passing the acceleration altitude at 1,000 feet, and I will engage the autopilot after cleanup, and that's our pre-departure briefing completed. Now, in real life you will get a load sheet, so we would double check the load sheet is correct, but we've already checked the weight, so there's no need to do that. And now we can get going. So we checked that the exterior doors are closed, so we close them all. We checked that the external power is disconnected, so this is extremely important. As we said, external power has priority over the APU. So if we come here and disconnect the GPU, we're gonna lose, because this switch is on, we're gonna lose all power, and that is really not desirable, because you're gonna lose everything you programmed into the FMC. So we need to make sure that you get in the habit of remembering that once you want to disconnect external power, you first make sure, well, first we make sure you have APU power. This is saying run, and we know we are completely spooled up, RPM 100%, so we're good to take the load. We turn the external power off. Now we're on APU, and now we can disconnect the GPU. Nothing bad happens, okay? So we remove everything. We call the pushback tag.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go.
There we go. That is good. At this point, we can pressurize the hydraulic systems. So, as you can see here, hydraulic pressure, left, center, and right is 0. We're now going to pressurize the electric hydraulics, electric pumps. There is a way that needs to be done. Is always this one first, the right one first, then the center ones, then the left, and then the center air demand. 757 is slightly different. 757 doesn't have these switches. It only has, like, imagine it's pretty much like this. It has a button over here that you press, and it doesn't have the center air demand. So it has only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But it works the same way. So in the 757 you press this one first, these two after, and then this one first. So we'll start with the right, and we can see it's pressurizing. The light, press light goes off because it's now pressurized. The two center ones, center is pressurizing. Only one pressure light goes off because only one of the pumps is activated for load shedding. Then the left one, left pressure is coming up. And if you noticed, I didn't show in real time, but you can rewind and notice the flight surfaces were all down because they didn't have any hydraulic power. But as soon as we started the electric pumps, they all started moving. And then finally the air demand pump goes on auto. And this one has pressure because it's taking bleed air pressure. But for example, if we no, it's taking it from there. So if we turn the APU bleed air off, you see this one doesn't have any more pressure because it is pressurized here through this duct. There we go. Oh, another thing too. Oh, the utility buses are normally they're on. Oh, there we go. Utility buses are on. If you see them off, sometimes they can go off for different reasons, or mainly related to load shedding. So, for example, one way to see that, if you pop your thrust lever up and you go into a config message, because this is like the config check that you do on a 737, that deactivates the utility bus. You can see that now. So all you do is just turn them off and on again. Also, the takeoff warning, you don't do it by moving the thrust levers in the 767. That's something that is done in the 737. But you don't do it that way. You actually do it with a switch over here. Config takeoff, which is not actually modeled in the 767. Okay, that's it. So we started the hydraulic pumps. We put the fuel pumps on, left and right. We have no fuel in the center tank, so we don't need the center pumps, so we leave them off. Go back here, we check, cancel, recall, and we check that these are expected. So the engines are shut down, the center hydraulic pump 2, we said for load shedding is off, the parking brake, so these are messages that we're expecting. We set the stabilizer trim, set this base to init ref. The stabilizer trim was 1.3, and we set the stabilizer trim. So I have bound the trim to my joystick, so we set that on 1.3. Whatever the setting, it should be in the green band. So 1.3, round about there. We check that the aileron and the rudder trims are on 0. So the rudder trim is here, and it's of 0 units. The aileron trim is actually not correctly modeled, because the aileron trim should have an index, a little index over here that tells you that you're on 0, but it's not modeled. But we know we are because it's a sim, and we start from cold and dark. Then at this point, ready to go, so we put the pilot flying FMC onto takeoff ref for the time being, and then the pilot monitoring, we'll put it to legs. There we go. At this point, we can do the before start checklist down to the line. So, checklist. Before start checklist, fuel is, we're gonna go and check the fuel. Here, it's 14.9, and as per flight plan, we plan 15. So, no, well, we had 13, so we know that we're good. Passenger sign is set. Windows are locked. You cannot open them, so they're definitely locked. MCP, we check V2 139, heading is 333 and altitude 7000. Takeoff thrust is derated 1. Takeoff speeds are 123, 129, 139. CDU Preflight is all completed. Rudder and aileron trim are 0 and 0. And the taxi and takeoff briefing is completed. Before start checklist to the line completed. At this point, we would call ground and we would ask for a pushback clearance. So let's pretend we had our pushback clearance cleared to push and start facing west. We're going to put our transponder in the mode we need. If it's in Europe, it's alt off. If it's in the state, it's TARA. So we're in Japan. No idea what the rule is, but we'll pretend it's alt off. And then the red anti-collision light goes on. There we go. We have some automatically disconnecting the jet bridge, and we are ready to push and start. So before start checklist below the line, flight deck door is closed and locked, and the red anti-collision light is on. Perfect, ready to push. So we're gonna release the parking brake. We start the first officer timer. So turn it to run, and then there we go. So we have a off block time. We select the secondary engine indications. The pack control switches go to off, as we need pressure, dark pressure to start the engines. So normally we would need above 30 psi of dark pressure to be able to start the engines. We have 25 because the packs are supplying the air conditioned. So we turn them off. One would be enough, but we'll turn them off both for good measure. At this point, before we start the engines, we press the cancel button. So if there was any problems during engine start, that would be the only message that would pop up, and it would be very visible. So we, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to make this visible, so we can have a look at the exactly how it works with the start sequence. Now we're going to start the engines, and a few things are going to happen. What we're going to do, we're going to start by switching the starter switch to ground. Then we will observe N2 starting to increase. N2, we will need to wait until it reaches the magenta line. This little magenta line is the minimum motoring speed at which we can inject the fuel by switching this to run. So that will be for different engines is a different motoring speeds. This is 20% N2, so a minimum of 20% N2 or a maximum motoring speed, which I believe is 35. We want to try and not reach the maximum because on the Fligh Factor it is modeled, and then the starter doesn't work. If you leave it too much for too long in motoring speed, then it will not start, and it's an absolute pain in the backside. So try and insert fuel as soon as you can after the magenta bug. Then after that, once we insert fuel, we'll observe a little fuel increase. EGT will spike up. I believe this is modeled way too fast, but it spikes up very quickly. N1 starts rotating together with EGT increase, and the oil pressure keeps going up. The oil pressure starts going up as soon as we turn the switch to ground. And then at 50%, N1, the starter goes off. The start will go automatically off, and then the generator goes on, the bleeds will go on, and the hydraulics will go on. Okay, let's get going. Let's
disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Let's start that. So start engine number 2 first. Switch to ground. You can see oil pressure and N2 start to rise. We wait for 20%. There we go, we're good to go. Turn to run, and you have full fuel flow. EGT is rising, N1 is rising, N2 keeps rising, oil pressure is going up. Everything is within the exceedance, so the EGT should always stay below this red line for start, and it's stabilizing. At this point, we reached 50%. The selector is gone from ground to auto. The generator is on, and now we will observe the bleed.
Has been removed. Hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time, and have fun up there.
Will come on, and the hydraulic pressure is on. Perfect. So all the orange lights from the generator, from the bleeds, and from the engine hydraulic pump are off. So we have a good start. So we're going to start engine number 1. The only difference between the 757 with one of the engines, I remember which, you have as well a rich position, which we do not use. We make sure you click it up twice and you go to run. Motoring speed is good. There we go. Run. EGT increase. N1. Fuel flow. And look at 50%. Generator is on. And the starter switch goes back to auto. The valve lights are extinguished. If they were on, it will mean that the valve disagrees with the position of the switch. Bleed is on. Hydraulic pump is on. At this point, there's no orange lights. There's only one left because we need to restart the pucks. So at this point, we have done everything we needed to do, so we can turn off the APU. That's no longer needed. The generators take over automatically. This is not like the 737. You don't need to do anything. So you can just physically turn the APU off. What we do as well, once the engines have started, we start the chrono. So you have two different timers. This is an actual timer that counts what is the digital timer, but you have as well a chrono over here. If you press clock, you start the chrono, and you have minutes and seconds instead of having hours and minutes. So we start this for engine warm-up time. 3 to 5 minutes depending on the engines is the warm-up time. So we put the APU off. We check the engine anti-ice switches are as needed. It's a beautiful day, so we don't need them. Pack selectors go to auto. Left and right isolation switches can go off at this point because we don't need the APU air to go anywhere. And we keep the center isolation switch. On the 757, we would just turn off the only isolation switch there is. At this point, we can leave the APU bleed switch to on because APU is not providing bleed anyway. So it will be on already when we turn the APU back on when we land. APU bleed can be used in case you need it. APU bleed air can be used up to 17,000 feet. An APU to provide the power electricity can be used out to cruise level. At this point, we check that the ground equipment is clear. While we were busy, we didn't see it leaving, but we know it is. Flaps lever we set for takeoff. So we set to 15. We check the status display. and we do the flight controls check. So we open the status display so we can see our flight controls, and we do a flight controls check. So we do full up, full down, neutral, full left, full right, neutral, and rudder, full left, full right, neutral. Now we select the secondary engines indications. Actually, we can blank that. If there was any accidents or any problem, this would come back up automatically. Do I need to explain something later with this? Well, let's leave them on for now, it doesn't hurt. And then we check at this point the recall, and we make sure that there's only what we expect. So parking brake, that's good. We can do the before taxi checklist. Before taxi checklist, anti-ice is off. Not here, off, not needed. Isolation switches are off. Recall has been checked. Auto brake is on. RTO and ground equipment is clear. Before taxi checklist complete. Okay, let's get going. So at this point we would ask for taxi clearance, and we said taxi clearance was via Romeo 1, Romeo 7, and left onto November. So we get our chart over here. Once we attain the taxi clearance, we go nose gear light on, turn off lights on, and the taxi light on. Parking brake off, and we can start our taxi. So we clear left, clear right, and can start. Our relatively lightweight, so 30%, and 1 seems to be enough to get going. Bear in mind, it might need up to, depending on conditions and weight, up to sometimes even nearly 50% N1 to get moving. So don't worry if you're heavy and you don't see the plane moving, just give it a nudge, get up to 50 and it should start moving, and then take it down. 30 to 35 should be more than enough to taxi. In terms of taxi speed, is the usual as any other plane. So you want maximum 30 on straights, 10 to 15 on turns. You can monitor your ground speed over here, but you can monitor here as well, and always find it quite handy because the maximum is 25, so I make sure I stay below the maximum. And for turns, I stay around halfway, which is around 12.5. So while we're taxiing, we want to recap our departure just to make sure we remember everything. So we're departing from runway 34 right. Flaps 15 departure. The backs, we're gonna keep them off so I can show you that. The SID is the Osprey 1 Yankee. We said we're gonna have a immediate left turn to 318. The stop altitude is gonna be 7,000. The MSA is 2,600, so we don't worry about that. And the emergency turn is going to be standard. So now one classic thing we do, well, on especially on the tutorials on the 737, it tells you to do a holding point for the runway to start fiddling with the weather radar, the TCAS and so forth and so on. But especially that we're in a one pilot environment, if you're flying on VATSIM, try and get everything ready as much as you can before getting to the holding point, because if you very often get to the holding point, there's somebody landing, they tell you you know, start immediately, go, you know, line up and take off, and you start having to look around and play with switches, and it's not ideal. So we want to be as responsive as you can once you get your clearance for takeoff. So what I normally do on a nice straight line like this, I start definitely configuring the weather radar. Even in real life you can do it, you're away from the apron, there's no ground personnel, so there's no worry. Certain airlines, they do it during the taxi. So we go here, we put the weather radar to weather to turbulence. We activate it on the EFIS. So we press this button, so it's now going to display on my HSI. And then same with TCAS, we put it on TRA. So that's ready. And there's a couple of things that we got out of the way. One thing, if you're using actual physical throttle levers, one thing you want to use is throttle block. So now one thing that can happen if you're using physical levers, especially like with the TCA Airbus pack that I have, once you set takeoff thrust, then the noise from the actual thrust levers, and I mean the electronic noise, might move your thrust lever. So you put full thrust and then it all of a sudden reduces down because you were spooling only up to a certain percentage. Then you push toga, the thrust lever moved, and then they start playing around, and that's because you have actual noise from your thrust lever. So if you have physical thrust lever and that ever happens to you, just activate throttle block option. And that's it. So part of my pre-departure procedure is to check that that is on. There we are. We set November, which is let's start from Sierra. It's probably no, Sierra we said, yes. Holding point Sierra, it's over here. And voila, we stop before the solid line. You can see there's a solid and a dashed one. We stop just before the solid line. There we go. So we're here, we're waiting for clearance, takeoff clearance. Let's pretend we got it, and at this point we check, well, once we arrive here, actually, even before the clearance, we check engine warm-up time is fine, it's past, it's 9 minutes, so we can reset, double push, we can reset the chrono, we can reset this. So if you, not by clicking, yeah, with the scroll wheel, if you scroll up, it goes to reset and it starts, and then you can hold it. We leave it on hold, and then we run it as soon as we, actually what I prefer to do normally is just to reset it once I go takeoff thrust, and we left that ready to go. And the packs are going to be off. As we said, departure packs off. Departing with packs off lowers, once again, lowers the EGT, lowers the EGT and helps with maintenance. If you were going toga, it would give you a little bit more oomph, not for a derated thrust, but we just simulate it, and believe it is another thing to do. Add a little bit to the workload, like if we didn't have enough already. At this point, we will do a before takeoff checklist. So before takeoff checklist, we have takeoff briefing is being reviewed. Packs are off. Flaps are 15, and they are 15 there. Stabilizer trim 1.3 units indicated there, and 1.3 units selected. And flight controls have been checked, and the cabin is secure. Let's ping the flight attendants to take their seats. And before takeoff checklist is complete. Now we're gonna have to discuss what's gonna happen, because out of everything, every phase of flight, takeoff is definitely by far the most complicated and the one with the highest workload. So you want to, you're gonna want to review in your head all the actions before you go, as it can be an extremely intense couple of minutes. So what's going to happen? We're going to go and line up with the center line and park as far back on the runway as we can. We don't necessarily need to come to a full stop. Even the FCOM says there isn't really too much gain from stopping. So normally a running takeoff is the preference. Well, what we're going to do, we're going to, first of all, once you're ready, move the thrust lever to 70%. So spool up the engines to reach 70% N1. And if you are on the Pratt & Whitney on the Rolls Royce, it's going to be 1.1 EPR, as you don't have an N1 indication. We're going to let it stabilize at 70% or 1.1 EPR. Once it's stable, we're going to hit the thrust switch or throttle switch, whatever it is. This one over here. Now, there is no toga button. There's one thing that drives many people of the 757 and 767 crazy is there is no toga button here. Now, you have a simulated button here. You can see it turns to a hand. So this is an invisible button there. But this one is the go around switch, is not the takeoff switch. The go around switch on the throttle is over here. You can see this black thing over there. There we are. This is the go around button, but it is not like the 737, a toga button. You do not press it for takeoff. You press it only for go around. For takeoff, you press only and exclusively the thrust switch, throttle switch, whatever it is, over here. And that one is what commands the takeoff thrust. So once we hit that one, the throttle will be automatically taken over by the auto throttle and moved up to reach takeoff thrust. So green number and green bag. So this number will go and reach this green number, and this indicator will go and match the green bag. At that point, we will know we have thrust set. Once that happens, we enunciate, we call thrust set. As soon as we start setting the thrust, we hold a light forward pressure on the column, so we have more authority of the wheel, and we will use we can use the tiller to steer only round about 30 knots, 40 knots, not more than that, and then we will use the actual rudder to stay on the center line. If you're aligned properly, you don't even need to use the tiller at all. Now, when the thrust set is announced, then we start monitoring the speed tape, and we make sure that we monitor the 80 knots. Once we get to 80 knots, there will be the pilot monitoring announcing 80 knots, and the pilot flying would check that that is the same on his indication, because it's a very big discrepancy. You might have, well, unreliable speed and you need to abort the takeoff. So we will check 80 knots, call it. After that, we release the forward pressure at 80 knots, and we will observe over here, it will say thrust hold or throttle hold. Now, throttle hold means that the servo that moves mechanically, well, the thrust lever will disconnect from the thrust lever, and at that point we will be able to make manual adjustment if the thrust wasn't correct, but it is the same, so the thrust is always correct, so we don't have to do that. After that, we will call V1, which is 1, 2, 3, and then we will call rotate once we reach rotate. At rotate, we will start the rotation. Now, the rotation technique on the 757 and 767 is pretty similar. So we always rotate in between 2 to 2.5 degrees per second. So that means that round about each of these lines needs to be reached within 1 second. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and etc. Now, on longer planes like this, the 767-300 or the 757-300 is more towards the 2 degrees per second, and on shorter planes is more 2.5. Now, it's very important on long planes like the 300 is lift-off attitude is 7.5 degrees. So if we struggle to lift off, we don't want to continue pulling the column. We don't want to go above 7.5 until we know that we have lift off. That's because on the 300, tail strike happens at around 9.6 degrees. So we want to count until 4, making sure that we get a 7.5 by 4, in this case, because we have a long tail, lift off and then continue straight away, all the way up to 15 degrees. So if you're flying the 200, both the 757 and the 767 200, tail strike is actually 13 degrees. So liftoff will be achieved around about just before 10 degrees. Okay, now we ignore, in all of this, we ignore the flight directors. We do not follow them. Standard procedure, whichever the weight, whichever the plane is, to lift off and go and pitch up to 15 degrees. Once we have once we are actually pitching up to 15 degrees, then the flight directors will settle and we can follow them. They will settle on an altitude that allows us to maintain a V2 plus 15 or a liftoff speed plus 15, whichever is higher, but without exceeding V2 plus 25. So that's it. That's what's going to happen. As soon as we lift off, also, we will check positive rate. You'll see, we will check it by checking that the radio altimeter increases and the vertical speed indicator here goes up. We'll call positive rate. We'll put gear up. As soon as 50 feet, this indication takeoff will switch to LNAV. We'll leave it there for the time being. We don't do anything until 400 feet. We'll call 400 feet once we see it on the radio altimeter, and we will call for the lateral mode that we need. So we will say LNAV and check it. LNAV is activated, or heading, in case we're using heading. Then we wait for 1,000 feet, and at 1,000 feet we'll call 1,000 feet, and a few things are going to happen at 1,000 feet. This thrust reference is going to move from takeoff here, and it's going to change to climb, which will be much lower than that, but the engines will not spool down yet. They will spool down only when we call for VNAV and we activate VNAV. So on the 737, many operators activate the VNAV before takeoff, so that once you are at acceleration altitude, the plane switches automatically to VNAV. But on the 767, especially on the Fligh Factor, the pitch altitude needs to come down quite a lot to accelerate. So once you go into VNAV, the thrust comes down, and that already means that the pitch needs to go lower to maintain the speed. And the speed starts increasing. So instead of commanding that V2 plus 15 to V2 plus 25, the flight directors will command an altitude to start accelerating towards 250 knots. There is a protection, so luckily it doesn't accelerate to 250 directly. It accelerates to the maximum speed of the current flap setting minus 5 incrementally each time that you move the flaps up. But to accelerate, it needs to pitch down quite aggressively. And I believe the 767 is definitely not modeled correctly, because at high weights today it will not happen because we're quite light. But if you're doing a long haul and you have a lot of fuel and full cabin and cargo and etc., it will end up, if you follow the flight directors, it will end up going on to negative vertical speed, and it will start losing speed, which is definitely something the real plane would not do. There will be a minimum acceptable vertical speed. So you don't want that, because you're going to lose speed. You might crash into a mountain. You're going to have your terrain GPWS warning going off, and it's not ideal. So what you're going to have to do, you're going to have to fly manually and follow the flight directors only up to a point where the vertical speed stays still above 200-300 feet per minute. And if it tells you to pitch down anymore, just ignore it. Follow only the lateral bar, so the vertical bar that commands lateral deviation, but do not follow then the pitch altitude. Okay, but we'll see that in a minute. So I believe even in reality, VNAV is always activated manually. It's never pre-selected. All the videos of different operators I've watched, they always activate it manually. It's a conscious decision. You reach 1,000 feet, you check what's your climb performance, where you're going, what's the terrain in front of you, and then you call for VNAV. And the first officer activates VNAV. Okay, and that's it. Then we will accelerate. We start accelerating, and at flaps retraction speed, we will retract the flaps. So if you have the speed tape, very simple. Every time you pass a green F on the speed tape, you retract the flaps 1 notch. And if you're following this, once the speed is here, you go from flaps 15 to 5. Once it's here, you go from 5 to 1. Once it's here, you go from flying from 1 to up. And that will be it. Once you retract the flaps, you can trim the plane, get onto the flight directors, and then activate the autopilot by pressing command, the center command. That's what is normally used. Perfect. Now, without further ado, let's do everything we said. Entering the runway, we turn the strobe lights, so the anti-collision white light on and the landing lights on.
Runway 34.
There we go, we're ready to go. And this is going to be a lot of work to go all in one. So let's try and get it right. So spool up. Try and get around 70%. It doesn't need to be exactly 70. Spool up. We press the thrust. There we go. Hold forward pressure on the column. We can start the timer down here. Thrust is set. You can see 102.5, and that's correct. Keep the center line. 80 knots. Checked. Release the forward thrust. The forward pressure on the column. We have thrust hold. V1. Rotate. Start pitching up. 1, 2, 3, and that's too sensitive. We lift off. We continue to 15. Positive rate. Gear up. Settle on to 15 degrees. You can see the FD starts moving. Now it settles, and we can go and chase it. 400 feet. LNAV. We call LNAV. LNAV is selected. We're good. Trim onto the flight directors. We keep in, as you can see, V2 plus 15, so 154. 1,000 feet. You see here, the reference is changed. It's saying 92.4 climb. We're good. We don't have terrain ahead. We can activate VNAV. We change to N1 VNAV speed. You can hear the engine spooling down. So as we said, lower the nose. Make sure that we don't go below 500 feet per minute. And we are at low weight, so we can actually follow. Now we are above this point and the F, green F, so flaps 5. We're above the next one, so flaps 1. Monitor your vertical speed. Now we're losing a bit too much, so pitch up a little. Next F speed, flaps up. Once we have flaps up, we can put the gear on the off position from the up position. Let's wait for a straight line, and then we activate the autopilot. There we go, straight line. We trim onto the flight directors, and now we can activate the autopilot. Now we can turn the packs back on, one at a time. let the pressure settle, and then we can turn the second one. There we go. So we can do an after takeoff checklist. After takeoff checklist, packs are auto, landing gear is up and off, flaps are up, and the altimeters will leave them for now. But we're still 7,000. So at this point, we open our climb page. So from init ref, we change automatically to climb. Is now commanding 4,000 feet, so above 4,000 feet at Yankee Delta 040. So 5,000 feet, oh, we missed that, so we'll check. Important thing is that 1,000 feet to go, we reduce the vertical speed to 1,000. So at 6,000, if you climb into 7,000, we open the vertical speed window and we set 1,000. So that's done to avoid TCAS warning, so you always try and have, otherwise you would level off very quickly. So whichever altitude you're reaching, 1,000 feet before, you always activate vertical speed and you set 1,000 feet per minute. There we go. At this point, you can see it's targeting, the FMS is targeting 7,000 feet, so below 7,000 feet. So even if we were to select above 7,000 feet, the plane will not go there. Now we have alt captured, alt hold. And this is alt hold because we were in vertical speed. If we put back, now at this point we will need to put back VNAV to make sure that after the constraint, the plane will climb automatically. But even if we put, let's say, flight level, let's say we get clearance, flight level 150 from ATC now. Even if we put 150, the plane is not going to climb. We're in VNAV because there is a constraint there. But if ATC said that we can go to flight level 150, we can disregard that constraint. So at that point, we will hit climb direct, and that constraint will disappear. We're going to go back in N1, so it's commanding N1 thrust and VNAV speed. So VNAV is holding the speed by pitching up. And that's it. Sometimes this button doesn't work. Another way to delete a constraint, so let's say, imagine we had 10,000 below there. Another way to delete a constraint is simply by pressing delete and then clicking here, and that deletes all the constraints. So we can put back above it, above 10,000. At this point, we've set flight level 150. We said that the transition altitude was 14,000, so we can put the altimeters to standards. Unfortunately, there isn't a way, as I said, to put them to standards, so there's a lot of scrolling to be done. 2992, we set the FOs, and 29, very fiddly, 2992. Perfect. So standard set and cross-checked. Perfect. We're now climbing in VNAV. We're reaching 10,000 feet now. So at 10,000 feet, what we do, we put the lights off. See, the plane is pitching down because it's now accelerating. So we had a restriction of 250 below 10,000, which is a classic restriction, as far as I know, all over the place, all over the world. And then now we're accelerating to the econ climb, which is calculated based on the cost index, so that's why it's very high, 323, and we're pitching down to reach that speed. Now what we do, it's good weather, there's no turbulence, so we can put the seatbelts back to auto. We don't put them to off, we leave them to auto, because worst case scenario, if we forget them once, either the gear or the flaps are down, the seatbelts go on automatically if it's on auto. Then what we're going to do, we're going to check the pressurization. We can see it is pressurizing. See, cabin rate is positive. The cabin altitude is increasing. We're now 2,500, and the differential pressure is increasing. So we're pressurizing pressurizing, okay. Seatbelts, we set that off, and the radar tilt, we can reset it to 0. At this point, we have a little bit of time before we get onto the cruise. So what we're going to do now in the climb, we'll start taking a look at autopilot operations. Now we will start discussing vertical mode during the climb, continue with lateral mode and FMS operations during the cruise, and finish discussing vertical mode during the first part of the descent. Now, automatic flight is what we refer to, and it's the combination of autopilot and autothrottle. The interaction between the two is especially important when it comes to vertical mode. Now, the two variables of a climb or a descent are altitude and speed. And speed can be controlled by either the autopilot with adjustment of pitch, as we just seen, the plane was pitching down to increase speed. We're coming to 15,000. Let's just climb further to 350. Put back to V now. Boom, VNAV speed and 1, and we're going to 350. So as I was saying, the speed can be controlled by either the autopilot with adjustment of pitch or the autothrottle with the adjustment of thrust. Which one will take care of speed at any one point will depend on the autopilot mode that we have engaged and other specific conditions. Now, it is very important to understand what the autopilot and autothrottle are doing and what they're trying to achieve at any one point, so that we can help them when needed with speed breaks or other actions. Now, let's take a look at the different modes available, starting from the most simple one, vertical speed. This should be a mode that everyone is familiar with. It's present in every plane with a relatively modern autopilot, but let's go over it quickly. Now, in a modern airliner like the 757 or the 767, vertical speed is normally only used for small changes in altitude, and very rarely for larger ones. This is because while commanding a set rate of climb, as we said before, like the 1,000 feet per minute or descent, it has limited control over speed. So it can potentially lead to overspeed or stall. And although the 757 and 767 have automatic stall and overspeed protection, we definitely never want to put the plane in a situation that requires using those protections. Now, activating the vertical speed mode prompts the autopilot to follow a specific rate of climb or descent expressed in feet per minute. So pressing the button over here opens the vertical speed window, which displays the current value at mode engagement. So not much happens, because whatever mode you're at, you press vertical speed and it stays on the current vertical speed. The value can then be changed with the scroll wheel over here. Bear in mind that counterintuitively for many of us, scrolling the wheel up, so if you scroll up, the plane will actually pitch down, and if you scroll down, the plane will pitch up. And this is because imagine the scrolling action mimics pushing or pulling the nose of the plane. So if we scroll up, we're sort of tipping the plane forward, and if we scroll down, we're tipping the plane up. And now when the vertical speed mode is activated, the speed window on the MCP, as you can see, has also opened up and displaying the current speed. That's because at this point is the auto throttle controlling speed and no longer the pitch, because the pitch is busy now. The pitch has one job now, which is controlling the vertical speed. So the pitch can no longer take the job of controlling the speed. So if we lower the speed, you can see the auto throttle is now controlling the speed. Okay, and that's why on your mode, so this is very important how to read these. Now, the vertical mode is showing VS and the auto throttle is saying speed. That's because it's the auto throttle, and we now know that it's the auto throttle controlling the speed. So it's important that we know what this means, because we now know, just by the fact that speed is here, that if we move this is going to affect the thrust and not the pitch. Okay, but let's go back to VNAV. This is pretty straightforward, pretty easy to understand. Let's go back to VNAV for now. The next mode we're going to have a look at is flight level change. Now, flight level change works practically the opposite way compared to vertical speed. Now, in this mode, auto throttle commands a fixed thrust setting, which is maximum available thrust as computed by by the computer for climb. So again, we know they were in climb, 100.6 is maximum available thrust. That's the setting the VNAV uses as well. So flight change uses the same. Once again, it's gone magenta. Anything magenta refers to something that the FMC is commanding. The line, the flight director, the bug over here, and etc. Flight change is the same bug, it's just a different color. So if you put flight change, you can see speed is now reverted to the vertical mode, and flight change is the speed. So it will always command maximum available thrust. You can notice that if you put into vertical speed, reduce the speed, it pulls down, but if you activate flight level change, boom, the first thing it does, full thrust. So it sets full thrust. You have flight change here. That means the thrust is set for a flight change thrust, so full. And then speed will be controlled by attitude. So as you can see, as it spools up to maintain the same speed, it will have to start pitching up. So as we reach the speed that is here in the window, then it will start pitching up to maintain that speed. So VNAV works practically for the climb, for the purpose of the climb, VNAV works in exactly the same way. So it commands maximum thrust, it pitches up to maintain the speed, but this time, so you can see this, for flight change, we control the speed. For VNAV, the speed is controlled by the FMS. It's still preferable to use VNAV because VNAV still respects the constraints. So this speed will be automatic based on the constraints that we have on the flight plan. But let's imagine now ATC asks us to expedite our climb. Now, if the thrust is already full, how can we expedite the climb? We expedite the climb by pitching up, and to pitch up we were gonna have to reduce the speed. So we can do that in two ways. Either we put onto flight change, and at this point you can see, have a look at the vertical speed. Vertical speed is 2500. At this point we reduce the speed, the plane will pitch up, and our vertical speed will go up. That's a bit too aggressive, but that's just to show how it works. Okay. But again, here we don't have speed protections and etc. We're doing everything manually, which if we can avoid is good to avoid. So the other way we can do it, instead of going to flight level change, we can stay in VNAV and we just can command the new speed over here. So let's say instead of 323, now at the moment is on econ climb. So the FMS, again, based on the cost index, is deciding which speed we should be climbing at, and it's 323. Let's wait until we reach that speed again. What we can do in case ATC asked us to expedite the climb, we could manually select a different speed, a different VNAV speed. So let's say, let's put 280. We put it there. That will change, the Mach is recalculated automatically, and the plane pitches up again. Or you can of course select a different Mach speed. Oh no, you cannot in this plane, so you need to, that's possible in 737. You can change it as much as you like, and we'll expedite the climb. One of the two systems. Then the page over here changes the title to remind you that you are on a manual speed. So any one point to go back to the calculated speed, you can go press Econ over here, and it will go back to Econ Climb. The last mode is that we can look at is actually altitude hold. So we can come here, press altitude hold, and whichever altitude we're at, the plane will keep. So if we wait for 32,500, if we press it now, altitude hold, the plane will maintain the altitude that was current when we press the button. So it will actually overshoot, go up, and then come down again to that altitude. Of course, a little over speed because it came down to reach that 32,500. And that's altitude hold. Whenever you need time to think, or we're doing something wrong and you need to hold the altitude, ATC calls you, stop climbing or stop descending, you just press altitude hold, and that's it. And then let's go back to 35 VNAV, and we finish climbing. So remember, on a vertical mode, who is in charge of the speed and what's gonna happen if you change the speed based on where the word speed is, whether it is here or it's here. Okay, now we're reaching the cruise. What we normally will do, we'll do a little bit of fuel checks. So BTUX, let's take our flight plan. We're gonna go and take our waypoints over here at BTUX. Where is it, BTUX? Let's go and find it. At BTUX, we're supposed to have estimated fuel on board 9.8. So we checked that makes sense, that we're happy in the climb, we didn't burn more than we should have. We have 11.2. We took an extra couple tons. We have less than an extra couple because we left the APU running for ages and we kind of played around with the thrust setting in the climb. But so we're fine. We have what we need. So we will also check, that's why we started this timer. We would also check the time. So we were supposed to take 15 minutes to BTUX, and we took 21. While again, we're playing around with speed a little bit, but we should be okay. We reduced the speed down quite a lot, quite a few times. So that's a check that you do again in every waypoint. Radar tilt is 0, is fine. We can keep it to 0. Okay, now what we can do now, we can start having a look at the lateral mode. So let's have a look here. Oh, sorry. There we go. So, first of all, lateral modes. We have either LNAV, which follows the magenta line and everything that is programmed in the FMC. Or we do have, well, there's not many, there's 2. And there is heading select. Now, it's a good thing, again, to make sure that your heading bar is always aligned with where you're going. So every time you make a turn, you can turn the heading bar. You also have a heading hold function, which is quite handy, but that can be used as well to hold immediately the current heading, while heading select, by pressing here the center on the knob, actually turns toward the heading that you have selected over there. Now you can see I now pressed it. It's now in heading select, so it's turning towards the heading that I selected. One very important thing to understand in the 767 is that this line is the track that we're doing. Okay, so that is based on wind drift. Now when I select the heading, when you can see the magenta line, the dotted line over here, if I overlap it onto our track, when I go and select it, the plane will deviate. Now I cannot show you very well because the wind is actually not ideal to show this, but you can see, let's see here, this is the track. So we're heading 128. Well, sorry, we're tracking 128. So over the ground, the plane is flying on a direction of 128 degrees north. But the plane, because there is wind pushing it, the nose of the plane is actually pointing somewhere else. And this is where the nose of the plane, this triangle is where the nose of the plane is going. So if you want to, if you're in VNAV, in LNAV, and you want to match where the plane is going, you're gonna align this magenta bag to the triangle, not to the white line. Okay, so now we're in heading, and well, we keep controlling our heading manually. Now one thing to note about heading, anytime you're in heading, you can revert to LNAV automatically, only if you're within 2.5 miles of the track. So I'll show you. Let's go back to intercept our LNAV track, and then I'll show you what I mean. So if I press LNAV now, LNAV is armed. It goes white and doesn't revert straight away to LNAV because we are too far from the track. But if we are on an intercept heading and we're flying toward the track, you see at a certain point, automatically when within 2.5 miles of the track, LNAV will activate automatically. And we can track our distance. You can see our distance from the track is over here. If you go on the progress page, next page, you see cross tracks error. That's the lateral deviation. We overshot the turn, so we are now right 0.5. So let's see, let me show you. We now revert to heading and keep going away. You see, heading select is active. As long as we're within 2.5 miles, if I press LNAV, LNAV will be automatically engaged and it will go and catch the magenta line again. But if we keep going away, 2.1 miles, you see, still activates. But once we are more than 2.5 miles from the track, 2.6, if we press LNAV, it will stay white and it will not automatically catch the magenta line. It will tell you not on intercept heading, and you will fly to this direction, whatever. So what you need to do at this point, the only way to intercept is to fly an intercept course to the magenta line. One other very important thing to note is that the current waypoint is always going to be magenta. That's the waypoint the FMS knows we're flying to. Okay, everything else is white, while the current one is magenta. The current one will always be on top of the legs page. So if you go to the legs page, the current point we're flying to is going to be on top. What can happen sometimes is that if you get directed on heading on departure by ATC, and you might start flying away from these waypoints. Now these waypoints are automatically sequenced by the FNC only when you actually fly close enough to them. If you're far away from them, the sequencing will be interrupted. So the problem is, once then you want to start navigating on your plan again, the plan will be out of sequence, as we say. So the plane will not know where it's supposed to go. Like now, I believe we passed far enough from Lateral that the plane didn't automatically sequence to the next one, because now it should be actually, KPO should be magenta, KPO should be at the top of our line. If that happens, you need to make sure that you resequence it manually. To resequence it manually, all you do is to just press the next and bring it up, and that will give you a direct to that point, and it will sequence it. So that takes us to the next thing, direct to function. If you want to go directly to a waypoint like Volga, because ATC is telling you to, there are two ways of doing it. Either you can take Volga, press on the left button, which copies it into the scratch pad, and then put it instead of your first point. You can see the white dotted line is what would turn magenta if we pressed execute. Or you can go and use, which is preferable sometimes, the direct to function. So you take Volga, you put it on the direct to, and then you execute. And at this point, you're going direct to Volga, and it has resequenced the plan correctly. Now, one thing to bear in mind, I'll mention it now because then I'll forget, VOR in the 767, VOR navigation is not possible automatically, as it drove me crazy a few times. You can set a VOR over here, and you can set the course, and once you set the VOR, you put this in VOR mode, and it will give you the lateral deviation from the VOR signal, but you won't be able to fly it. You need to fly manually in heading mode. Okay, it's just remember, that's why I'm not going to talk about VOR too much now, because VOR is a bit of a complicated thing. So that's it. Now let's have a look at still lateral deviation, but in terms of how to reprogram the FMC. In terms of legs, waypoint, and etc. We have a lot of options. Now, the first option that we have in terms of creating custom waypoints, and this is fully modeled in the Fligh Factor, so which is great, we can create custom waypoints. So, for example, let's start from the first variation, which is we can create waypoints at a certain distance from the ones we have on the plan while staying on the current track. So let's say if we wanted to, for any reason, ATC asked us to report 10 miles before SAPRA, or to be at a certain altitude 10 miles before SAPRA. How do we do that? We enter SAPRA, which you can do by clicking on SAPRA, then do /-10, put it on top of SAPRA, and we have created a point 10 miles before SAPRA. Same thing with a point after SAPRA. So we write SAPRA /10 without the minus, we put it on top of SAPRA, and it creates a point 10 miles after SAPRA. Okay, so this can be useful in a variety of circumstances, and this is always a point on the same magenta line, so you don't need to worry about it's just going to compute it automatically on the magenta line. What do I use this for? I use this for a lot for top of descent. When I do long hauls, and if they last overnight and I go to sleep and I do a long haul, and then I don't like to do pause at top of descent. I don't like to pause the sim. I prefer to put on and hold. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna check when is the last point before the descent, and I'm gonna put a hold here. This is 10 miles just before descending there, so it's fine. I could put a hold at Arctic, but on certain, especially oceanic routes, where the points might be 200 and 300 miles between each other, it's handy to create a manual point just before top of descent, and you can create it this way. Then whenever you want to create we want to delete custom waypoints, you can do it one of two ways. Either you press delete and you press on the point you just created, or you press on the point after and you stitch it up on top of the point you just created. At that point that will disappear. Okay, now once again Supra 10. So to delete it again, if you wanted to delete it, if you use delete, bear in mind that you can delete that, and then you need to again do the stitch up. So Miho, and there we go. Okay, so this is a point, a custom waypoint on the magenta line. Then another custom waypoint we can create is via fix and a bearing and a distance. So let's say we have bad weather ahead of us, so we want to create a waypoint this way to avoid the bad weather. So what we can do, we can put Supra, and then we can put the bearing. Our bearing is 107. Let's add 45 degrees. We do 152, so we do Supra 152, and then we do slash and the distance, let's say 20 miles. This point, we put that on top of Supra, and we're gonna have a custom waypoint. If we activate it, we're gonna have a discontinuity because it's gonna come back to Supra. So what we're gonna want to do is to stitch it up the correct way. So the next waypoint is gonna go there, and we're gonna execute. And at this point, we're avoiding that part. These custom waypoints are incredibly useful, especially in explain, because certain arrival procedures you might want to add, especially when you're self-factoring yourself and etc. You might want to create certain procedure and help yourself out. And so creating this, knowing how to create this is really, 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 really useful. Okay, now we don't want to make that turn. We want to go direct to Miho. So once again, direct. We put Miho, direct to, and we execute. And now we're gonna go direct to Miho. So it's really, really good to create procedures. Now, unfortunately, you cannot. Something that you can do on the, for example, on the Airbus, on the Tolis, if we create Miho. No, we're flying to Miho, so we cannot create a waypoint before something we're flying to. That's one quirk. Let's see if we can do it if we revert to heading. We experiment something I haven't tried before. Let's see. Let's go on heading hold. And if I do Miho, the reciprocal of 100, 280 times 30. Yeah, we can. Now that we're in heading, we can. And we created another point here. Now, what I wanted to show is that in the Tolis, you can then take this name. So put Miho 01 and then create another point based on this one. But we don't seem to be able to do that here. No, that's not possible. Anyway, so we can create only one custom waypoint, or multiple, but based on different nav aids. So what you can do, you can create multiple, of course, but you need to always base yourself off the original one. So I could create Miho and then say Miho 280 30. Oh no, sorry, I needed to activate the first one. So we can do Miho 280, 40. Yeah, but then the sequence is incorrect. So anyway, yeah, we can play around with that, but that's how it works, as simple as that. So if we wanted to shoot off the right to Adlib, remember Adlib. You can also check the track. After Adlib, we will be flying 111, so 90 degrees right from Adlib will be 201. We do Adlib 201, and then 40 miles we put on top of Adlib, and that's it. Okay, so we can play around with all of this. Have a play, get in the cruise, start playing around. You'll get it will become very easy very quickly. Now another one is a complicated one, which we rarely have to use, but another option is you can program a custom waypoint that will intersect, that will be created at the intersection between two radials from two different points. So let's say Adlib, and we want to shoot a radial of also 110 minus 90, so no, minus 45. That's going to be 65. So if you say Adlib 065, we're extending a line that way. So Adlib 065. And then we want it to intersect Tsuno and the opposite bearing 45 degrees the other way around, which is, as it starts to be too complicated for me, 281, 45, 326 or 325, which is 180. Let me think. 65, 90, 325, yeah. 325. So the intersection of a line that goes from Adlib that way and a line that goes from Tsuno that way. If we put that, let's see where we should put it. That's it. Actually, we're supposed to put it after Adlib. So let's do it again. Adlib 065 and Tsuno 325. Sorry, we need to put it after Adlib, so we put it there, and that's it. And we recreate it, and then again you can stitch it up. Tsuno goes back there, and that's it. That's what we created. Now it's a bit of a mess, this plan, so let's delete again what we don't need. There we go. Now the very last one is gonna be coordinates. So you can enter manual coordinates. This could be handy, I can think of, if you had an updated nav cycle, error cycle, and you didn't have a waypoint in the database. So let's imagine ATC will ask you to go direct, fly direct. Where is it? Foggle. No, Foggle, we don't have the coordinates. We can ask, we don't have it in the scratchpad. So if you went there and you said, we want to go direct to Foggle, you put Foggle and it tells you not in the database. So you can enter the coordinates. How do we do that? We can ask the coordinates to ATC, and they would tell us is 3606, so north, and we write them exactly that way, north 3606 decimal 3, and then I don't remember if you need to put the dash, probably not, west, no, sorry, east, this part of the world, and 131 by 7 decimal 4, 131 by 7 decimal 4. Let's put that after Adlib, and there we go. That's here, so you can put it in the directs as well. I never tried this, but I guess it works exactly the same way. So if we put north 3606 decimal 3, and then east 13157.4. No, it didn't take it in direct. So you see, but you can put it after your current position and you can go direct there. So at this point you can do that, and there we go. Oh, sorry, then I put it after Miho, but of course you just put it wherever you need it. And that's really very unlikely that you're ever gonna need that. Okay, and that's it. Then for the last piece of FMS operation, first let's go back to RNAV. Again, we're not intercepting because it's too far from the track, and we're just gonna do a direct to Miho. Okay, another. Oh, let's do this because we're gonna use it later for the approach, for the second approach. So one thing important, once you're doing direct to, now if we do direct to Miho now or to Adlib, now once you put Adlib into the direct box, here it tells you an intercept course to. Now the default one, which is written in a small character, the course, the default here is what was on the plan originally. Okay, but you can change that. You can, so let's say direct to other. So this is, sorry, not what was in plan originally. This is your current one. So it is creating an intercept direct to Adlib at the current course. So if you activate it, it starts flying from your current position. But you can decide what the intercept course is. So if you didn't want to go this way, but you wanted to arrive to Adlib from another direction, and that's normally an instruction that ATC will give you, you can change that intercept course. So instead of doing 102, you can say 120, and it will create a different intercept course. So if you execute that now, the plane is not going to be able to fly in RNAV because you're too far from it. So what you would do before doing that, normally you put on heading select, and then you can go and intercept it like we did before. So you go and intercept that line, you fly a heading that will take you towards that line, and you arm RNAV. At that point, once the plane reaches the magenta line, it will intercept it automatically. There we go. So lastly, what we're gonna have a look at is redirecting to a different airport, but let's see if I can still do that. Okay, where are we at now? Yeah, we can still program that. Now let's pretend another case. Now let's pretend we need to divert. Okay, so now the weather at the destination airport is not good. We need to divert somewhere else, or all of a sudden we have a fuel leak. We don't have enough fuel to get to our destination, and we need to go to a different destination. We're gonna get in touch with ATC, and ATC is gonna give us instructions on how to do that. So let's say they tell us, okay, you're now clear to another airport, RJ NK, and we're gonna go there by going direct summon, and then to join Sombu that give us your all clearance. So summon Sombu by this specific arrival that we see here. I was planning from Lanat, but I discussed too much the lateral changes, so we'll do it from summon. Okay, so we say ATC redirects you to a new airport, direct summon Sombu. They tell you this star and then the approach. How are we gonna do it? So first of all, let's see over here. No, it's fine. We can have a look at that now. There. Now, first of all, we're gonna put ourselves into heading mode, which we are. We're gonna go onto the direct page and we're gonna say direct summon. Well, before we do that, let me copy the route we have at the moment. So if you go into route, you have two routes. So if you go in the route page, we're on route 1. We can copy this route and then we will copy identical this one to route 2. Okay, so we're saving the current route. Now let's do that. Now they're telling us direct summon and then Sombu and then the arrival. So what we do, we go on to heading mode first, then we go on to the direct page, we go direct to summon and we put it there. Let's create a first waypoint. Okay, to create the rest, we're gonna start adding here. So we're doing Sombu and we add Sombu, and then we go at this point. What we do, we go into route, we change the destination airport, which at this point will become RJNK. We change the destination. After changing the destination, we're gonna go and select the arrival. So execute that change. We go to, you can see the flight plan that we copied is still safe on route 2 and is still going to RJAA. We're only amending the flight plan number 1. So now we have RJNK as arrival. We're gonna go here and select our arrival, which is gonna be an ILS 06 Zulu by the Sombu West, and we're gonna execute. At this point, we have a new flight plan to a new destination. All we need to do now is to do again a direct to summon, execute it, go into LNAV, and we're gonna fly to our alternate airport. You can check the plan like this if you want. Legs, step. There we go. So summon, Sombu. And that's it. That's us flying to a different direction, to a different destination. It's very, very simple. Okay, you just need to do that and do the direct to summon. Now, if it kept anything from the previous flight plan over here, you would just be able to go ahead and stitch it back up. So it could, sometimes while creating this, it could leave some of the previous waypoints in the middle of the flight plan. So we created Sombu and then we created the arrival. It could have left a previous procedure. What you can do is just checking in the flight plan makes sense, nip and tuck where you need, and get your flight plan going correctly as you need it to. But we do not want to go to RJNK, so what we do, we go onto route page, we go onto our second route, and we just activate it and execute, and then we're back with our previous flight plan. We just do another direct to, we go to Tsuno, and we're all good. There we go. While we're in the cruise, we keep track of the progress. Now, if we want to know how long it's going to be to top of descent, when you're closer to top of descent, the cruise page will tell you how far the top of descent is. But not if you're too far. So what you can do, you can go on the legs page, scroll down until you see it starts descending, and then activate pressed route data, and it will tell you what time you're supposed to go to Arctic. So you see Arctic is going to be the last point at cruise level, and if you put route data, it's going to tell you when you're going to be there. At 6:20, now is 5:48, so just half an hour. There we go. Now the last thing I would like to explain is the step climbs, which is very important, of course, for long haul. Now, step climbs, you don't necessarily need to do them. Again, if you want to do some long haul flights like me, sleeping during the night, you can omit them. What is going to happen, you're going to burn more fuel, but we're not paying for the fuel, so it's not a very big problem. And otherwise, if you want to do step climbs, now, the 767 and the 757 do program step climbs automatically. So of course it didn't in this case because it's a short route, but if the route had been longer, it would have already calculated ideal step climbs. It knows how much fuel it burns, it knows when it's light enough to climb to a higher altitude so that it can save some fuel. Of course, you cannot do it at the beginning because you're very heavy with fuel, so you need to burn some of that fuel before you can step up. But all it would have happened here on the plan at a certain point, instead of flight level 350, you would have found a flight level 370S. That's when it's planning to step climb to 370. Otherwise, you can do them manually. So on the cruise page, you can add a step climb. Now, it's going to be calculated automatically. Again, now this is telling you the optimal cruise level is 380. So if we plan a climb to 370 now, it's going to tell us that we can go direct. Otherwise, it will tell you in how long. So we'll put the step climb size, which is normally 2,000 feet. Once we enter it here, then it will it should tell you it's not perfect. Now, neither the 767 or the 757 are perfect. So sometimes they don't act exactly as they should. But normally what happens, if you put the step climb there, it tells you when to step. In this case, it would tell us step now. But it's not today. It doesn't like it today. It's fine. All you would do, put 2,000 feet. It will tell you step in an amount of miles, or step at this waypoint, or step now, and then you can perform the step climb. But bear in mind that even if it's there, that's only an exclusive reminder. So it's not particularly useful because it tells you the optimal here anyway. So you know that you can step climb to 370 right now. You don't need the plane to tell you. So if you want to do a step climb, then the way you perform a step climb is not automatic. You cannot set up the plane in any way, shape or form to perform the step climb automatically. So that's why you need to delete your step climb option from sim brief if you're doing an overnight while you're sleeping or while you're away for any reason, because there is no way to automate the step climbs. And then a step climbing is a very, very simple affair. Now, we see the optimal is 380. We are at 350, so that means that we can step climb to 370. So what we're going to do, we're going to wind the MCP altitude up to 370, and very handily, it's going to put it in the scratch pad already. That's because at this point, all we do is put it into cruise alt, and the plane will climb. We're going back to N1 VNAV speed, and we climb it to 370. But it cannot do it automatically because you need to enter the new number here. So it has to be done manually. And then once this one changes to 390, you can go to 390. I mean, we could go to 390 now. The difference is pretty much the same. You burn more fuel depending on how far you are from your optimal flight level. So being at 370 or 390 wouldn't make any difference in the fuel consumption. It would be the same discrepancy. Flight level, the maximum is 420, so you know that you can go anywhere up to 420. But again, for fuel economy purposes, you want to be as close to optimal level as you can. There we go. So we gain speed. Speed is now taken over by auto throttle, pitching down to stay on the VNAV path, and that's it. Now another function, if any point ATC was to ask you to fly at a different speed, for separation purposes, they're asking you to now fly instead of, this is strange because here is staying 837, but you're actually doing 820. But anyway, you can change the speed there the same way we did in the climb. Okay, so 079, and then again you have a reminder that you are on a manual setting, and then you can go back to econ by pressing here, or you can open the speed window and do that manually, and that changes again the title. It tells you now the speed is actually controlled by the MCP, and then you can put it back to manual. Okay, lastly, let's have a look at hold. One other thing that I said that I do, as I said, on the just before the top of climb, I create a hold normally if I'm away, because I don't know how long it's gonna take me to get there. I'm not entirely sure I'll be back home in time for the top of descent, so I just create a hold. Creating holds is very, very simple. I check here where I want to create the hold, which is in this case Arctic is the last altitude that we're going to be at flight level. Want to create a hold at Arctic, I go on to hold, I create next hold. Normally there is one hold in there, more often than not the hold that you find there is part of the Mr. procedure. So if we go here and we open our chart of RNAV 34, right, you can see BOSPA. That is the hold that is already programmed in the FNC. So we want to create a new one. We press next hold. We want to hold the Arctic as we said, so we scroll the pages, go and find Arctic, select Arctic, put it here. But now, so you can see one, I'll actually do it closer. So if you created it as shuttle, put it here, and the plane will program hold. You can then select the quadrant, the radial, the inbound course. The inbound course is 108 because we're coming from there. You could change the inbound course. Let's make it to meter there so you can see better. There we go. We can change the inbound course. Instead of 130, you can say 150. You see they will have a different aspect, and that's something that you need to, well, if you're doing a hold just for the purpose of what I said, just do it default, don't start changing anything. While if you're trying to recreate a procedure as ATC is telling you, ATC might tell you hold at MIDER, inbound course 150, left turn and leg time 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes. Those are all things that ATC would tell you, and that we're able to, you see, adjust over here. There's a lot of variables that you can change to create the hold exactly the way it should be created. You can also, of course, on certain charts, the hold might have a particular shape. So these are all things that you can change to create a specific hold. And there we go. Now we are 177 miles from top of descent. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take a little break, and I'm gonna see you once we're a little bit closer. Let's say, not in a very long time, once, well, like 5 minutes maybe, 120 miles from top of descent. I'll just skip to that point. We'll see you in a second. There we go, welcome back. We are now closer to top of descent. Generally speaking, around 100 miles from top of descent, you want to start preparing for your arrival, collecting ATs and setting up and everything. Will just take a little longer today. I'm sure we run out of time. Anyway, so we'll start by taking ATIS info. So let's see if we can get that here. I normally use ATIS Sky, which I absolutely love, but today I wanted to make sure that you could read the ATIS as well. So I'm using this, which I'm not entirely familiar with. But anyway, so the condition, oh wow, 25 knots, showers, view at 1000, broken at 1200, broken at 2000. That's a lovely meter that we have here. Okay, but at least it works with what we planned, which is a runway 340, right? So what we're gonna do, first thing we do, we take the ATIS and we put the QNH, which is here on the standby altimeter. Okay, we're close enough. Some people in the past have mentioned, oh, you should always have 3 altimeters on standards because RFSMM, whatever. But it's actually something that is done in real life. When you're close enough to top of descent, 10 to 15 minutes before top of descent, you can put that one. That was like a 3014. So you have a reminder. You need to go and take your charts back and anything. You have a straight reminder there. And again, optimizing workload. So you have your ATIS collected, and that confirms what we said, that we're gonna land on runway 34 right. Now we're gonna check that the landing altitude is set correctly. We say we're landing and the airport elevation is 135, so we double check the landing altitude in the pressurization panel is correct. We're gonna prepare our destination charts, which we have here. Again, once again, normally I use Navigraph, but I noticed that there's a stark difference between the quality of, like if I take that chart, well, I could have taken any, but anyway, if we take any chart between the quality of what I can see here and what I can see here, and then also you cannot read vertical charts, so that's why I'm using these PDF charts. Otherwise I will take them up on Avitab. Now we have our charts and we have all the charts we need. So let's we don't need that anymore. We don't need that or that or that or that. We need all these things over here. Perfect. So we have our charts. This is the arrival chart. We'll check the flight path. So very, very important. We're gonna come here and start checking the flight path against the charts. So what we do, we put ourselves back into plan mode, and we're gonna check what it says here. Now we're gonna go to crown. No, we're not on page 1. Let's go on page 1. Shuttle. We're going to Gaki, which we don't have here. This is a very short star. So the first point of the star is going to be Binks, and we have it here. So Binks, then after Binks, what happens? We are going to intercept the to Themis. So Binks to Themis is, yeah, over here, Themis 5000 or above, and we have that program here, 5000 or above. This is already 240 the speed, as we're below 10,000. And then after Themis, we're going to Crown, which must be part of the actual approach. Themis, we have it here at or above 5000. Crown at 2932. which is 2,932 above, and this is an RNAV procedure. So let's see if the speeds are okay. We want to make sure we are before the top of descent to adjust the speed. Because how does it work? Now the way the VNAV path works and the way the top of descent is calculated, the computer computes an altitude that normally is 50 feet above threshold. That's going to be our bottom of descent, and then it's going to calculate how many miles we need to lose all the altitude and all the speed to be at the specific speed and a specific altitude above the runway. So it calculates that backwards. So the way it does it, it looks at how many miles we need to lose the altitude we have now, which is 37,000 feet. To that, it adds enough miles to slow down as well, because now we're very fast, so we need more mileage to slow down. And then on top of that, it adds as well all the different constraints. So the way, for example, now it has been calculated, let's go out of plan and we'll go back map. So we have now the top of descent at 68 miles. Okay, now what is done is calculated a track, a path at idle speed going down from the top of descent to the first constraint. So in this case to Themis. So we can be going down at idle speed. We also in the middle, the first constraint will actually be a speed constraint. So we'll have a little shallower. So we're gonna go down all the way like this, then shallow the path to lose the speed and go to 240, then again go down to the first constraint, which is about 5,000 at Themis, and then from there it does the same from there to the next point. So it calculates from Themis to Crown another angle. But now what we notice here from Themis to Crown is that we always want to use the rule of 3. So the rule of 3 is we need to lose how many thousand feet multiplied by 3, and that's the miles we need. So here we need to lose 2,100 feet. So we need 6.3, 2,100 times 3, we need 6.3 miles to lose that. On top of that, the other rule of thumb is that we need 1 mile for every 10 knots of speed we want to lose. Now it is planning to be 240 at Themis and 170 at Crown, so that would mean needing another 7 miles. So 6.3 plus 7, that's 13.3. We do not have that distance, so something's got to give. So for example, if you were to delete the constraint at 5,000 above, that's why, you see, 3,400. That's how we would actually manage then to lose the speed. You would need to be at 3,400 at Themis to lose that speed, but you cannot change that because that's a constraint. Okay, so what we can change the speed at that point. We know we don't have enough time to lose all that speed, so let's say we're gonna be at Themis at 210, but it's very important to do before the top of descent, because what should happen now, if I put the speed constraint, now the top of descent is 45 miles, but if I put that, now the top of descent is 39, of course, because we need time to lose that speed once we're down. So it is very important that you check all these altitudes and all the speeds, and you change everything according to how you want it, so that you can get a reasonable top of descent. Because if you start the descent and then you change the speed while you're in the descent, all of a sudden you'll find that you're too fast and too high, and you'll need to manage that, which is fine. We have speed brakes, we can always manage speed, but it's not that elegant. You'd rather have it calculated better before. So let's say 200, so we give us a little bit of leeway, and you can see now the top of the settings is 30 miles. So now we know that we're going to be at 200 at Themis. We need 6.3 miles to descend, And then we have another 3 miles to lose those 30 knots. So it's ideal, but also I've put 200 because 200 knots is below the maximum speed for flaps 15 and 20. Now flaps 1 and 5 are not very draggy. They don't allow us to lose speed as we're going down a 3 degrees path. What really helps us lose speed is flaps 15 and flaps 20. So we want to put in a position to be able to use those in case we need. At this altitude, we still be able to use speed brakes. Speed brakes are not recommended for use below 3,000 feet above ground level. So here we would be able to use them, but I don't particularly like to use speed brakes. Okay, so this is programmed correctly. Then at ground will be a 170, which is correct because 170 at 8.6 miles is where we want to be. It's a very generic rule of thumbs, but you want to be at 200 at 10 miles, 190 and 9 miles, 180 and 8 miles. That's an easy enough rule of thumbs. Okay, now the FNC told us reset MCP altitude. That's because we're close enough to the top of descent. The plane, being a Boeing, will initiate automatically the descent, but only if you set a lower altitude on the MCP. So we're going to put first descent climb of 10,000. And now another thing comes into consideration. As I said, the Fligh Factor does not take into consideration winds. Now that's a problem because now we have a fairly strong tailwind. So actually, if it was considering the winds, it would have put the top of descent a lot earlier because the tailwind is going to push us faster and it's going to keep us above profile. So considering that, you might want to go on the descent page and do descent now. So the plane will start the descent a little earlier. What it does when you press descent now is very simply it starts the descent not at the descent rate that the VNAV profile was calculating. It's starting it anything between 1,000 and 1,500 feet. So shallower than what the actual VNAV path was. So what's going to happen is going to hold this shallower profile until it intersects the VNAV path, and at which point it will start descending on the VNAV path. The way you can monitor it, you can see here on the progress page. You see we're 300 feet and now is intercepting. We're gonna go and meet the VNAV path. Today we could have descended quite a lot earlier than that. You can descend, I believe, up to 50 miles before that. As I said, it doesn't take into consideration the winds. So what we need to plan for is that we're gonna have to use some speed brakes. Quite possibly. So we always monitor that little magenta diamond that probably is gonna keep slipping below the path. So that means they were a little high. Okay, now the way VNAV is working, on descent it will always command thrust idle as long as it needs to, as long as it's, you see, above the path. And then if it starts being below the path, it might spool up to maintain the speed if we shallow out. Now, as you can see, wind from behind, we're very high, so what we can do, we're gonna start using speed brakes. So we put half speed brakes and we monitor the vertical deviation. Now this is something that happens sometimes, and it's, as much as I hate it, it's good that it happens in the tutorial. This should not happen. We are above our profile and the thrust is increasing to maintain the speed. That should not happen, because the fact that we're missing energy to maintain the speed, as we're so high above the track, the real plane what would do now, it would actually pitch down and increase the rate of descent to go and catch that profile, because it's well below us. It would never spool up. So if we do that, it's a losing battle, because we have the speed brake out, the plane is contrasting that with thrust and is not gaining any altitude in compared to our path. So that is a sort of a bug, or whatever you want to call it. It's not the way the plane would work. So what we do to go and catch up with our profile is we go on flight change, because as we said, flight change will always command idle thrust. At this point, we are forcing the plane to do what VNAV should be doing automatically. Look how much quicker now. So quickly, we actually better stow the speed brakes. Look at how much quicker we're getting back onto the profile. Okay, a little bit more speed brake. And we're gonna go and catch up that profile. Another way that you can catch up the profile even quicker is by increasing the speed. The higher the speed, the more resistance, the more energy you lose because of resistance through the air. So the quicker, you see how quick then we go? That's it. Once you caught again the profile, put back in VNAV and see if the plane stays on VNAV. This will happen only sometimes. It doesn't happen all the time. I would say definitely more often than not, VNAV works correctly when the plane stays on VNAV. I haven't been able to identify whether why this happens and how, if there are particular conditions. When I read on forums, people say VNAV is bugged, so I believe nobody's been able to identify exactly why it does it. But again, you know what happens if you're above the profile and you hear the engine spooling up, you know something is off. The engine should stay idle to be able to descend as fast as you can to catch up again with that profile. So just manage it manually with flight change or vertical speed or whichever. There we go. So now we need to just do a few more things. We need to program the plane for the arrival. So now we're talking too much. Let's go ahead and first of all, we go on the init ref page and we need to select our famous VREF 30 speed that I was talking about earlier. So what we do, we're gonna land with flaps 30. It's preferable pretty much all the time. So we select that, we click on the right, that puts in the scratch pad that speed, and we put it here. So we pick it from here and you paste it on the flat speed until it's populated. So we have a flat speed now. And it's also setting automatically the bugs based on that. It is telling you an ILS course here, but we're doing an RNAV procedure, so we don't need that. We can ignore that at the moment. Another few things that we need to plan is, well, I normally put some descent rings just for situation awareness, because as I said, 10 miles from the threshold I want to be below 200, and then round about 5 miles I want to put the gear down. So we can use the fix info page to do that. On the 737 in the Zibo, to use the threshold as a fix info point, you can copy this one into the scratch pad, and you cannot on the 767 and the 757. So all you do, you just copy it, RJAA 34 right. Then you go into your fix info page, make sure that you're on a blank info, fix over here, and you put it here. This has created a point at the runway threshold. That is a reference for anything we might want to do. We can shoot radials off, we can draw rings, distance rings, which is what we're gonna do. To draw a distance ring, we're gonna put dash 10. That's gonna put a ring around 10 miles around the threshold, and then we do a 5 miles ring. And what that has done, you can see from the threshold we have a 5 miles ring and a 10 miles ring. A bit of situational awareness to control speed and flap selection and etc. Then one more thing we need to do, we need to check the minimums. Minimums are here on the approach chart. You have them here. Today we're going to be on LNAV, VNAV. On the 757, the minimums are only radio. They're not baro. So while on the TOLIS and on the 737, you would take this figure, which is the barometric minimums. On the 757, you need to always take the one between the brackets, which is the radio altitude, the altitude above the airfield. So that's 419, and we're gonna set it here. We approximate above, because it's a minimum, we're gonna approximate above that figure. So we'll do 420. And that is an LNAV, VNAV, that's the approach we're gonna do. So that's the minimum decision altitude. Well, it is a decision altitude. It will be minimum decision altitude if you were only on LNAV using vertical speed to descend. But because we're using VNAV, we can use a decision altitude. And that's going to be 420 set over here. The last thing we want to set is the auto brakes. So we're going to have a look at the airport charts. And we're landing on runway 34 right. Here, if we had a landing performance calculator, that would help us and it would tell us exactly what to use in terms of brakes, while here we need to ballpark it. Now, I would say that anything above 3,000 feet, you can use 1, and in between 2,500 and 3,000, you can use 2, and anything below 2,500, you can use 3 or 4. 2 should be more than enough. Funnily enough, even for shorter runways, actually, some FCOMs I've come across, they do suggest to use a minimum of auto brakes 2 all the time, because it actually decreases the brake pads wear. So certain airlines use 2 as a standard. As if it's a very long runway, and if it's like 4,000 meters, you might not even need to use auto brakes. You can leave it on auto and just use reverser idles and be very friendly to your engines and your brake pads, especially if you need to vacate the runway at the end. There we go. So we recap what we've just done now. So we go through the charts again. We go through the arrival charts, BINSP. So we know, we check everything, we just read through it, making sure that we're not missing anything. Transition level is 140, so at this point actually we want to start setting the bottom altitude. When a lower altitude, this is below 14,000. Well, this is transition level, it's not a transition. Normally the transition, this is a transition level. Some charts tell you transition level and altitude. Transition level, so we set the MCP altitude below the transition level, so we need to set the QNH on arrival. Especially, one thing you want to make sure, that's why you set it earlier, the standby altitude indicator, because it tells you what's the discrepancy between the two is. At the moment, it's only 180 feet. It's not much. But if the pressure on arrival was really high, you might have a big discrepancy, like 500 feet. And that's very important, because once you switch this, then you're gonna end up being not on the correct profile. You can end up being very high. So you need to take that into account. Now it's not going to be a big problem because, as we said, and now I forgot what it was. I forgot. RJA. It's 3012. Perfect. Now let's change it now. 3012. Okay, now we're approaching 10,000 feet, so the FMS has already automatically gone from the econ speed that we had before, which was 280, 300, whatever it was, is now decelerating automatically to 240 below 10,000 feet. So monitor that it does it when you're approaching 10,000 feet. Make sure that that's happening, because again, as it is ever so slightly buggy, and sometimes it might not slow down below 250, so you might want to do that manually at that point. This time it did it correctly. We are on profile. Between these brackets you are within 400 feet of deviation, so you don't need to worry too much. There we go. So we set the QNH. And we were looking at our chart. So over here we're going to be at Binks, then we're going to go to Themis, about 5,000. MSA is something we want to note down, because if you don't have any visibility, we want to know where we're flying into. MSA today is really not a concern. It's 1,700. We will start our descent, our final approach, at 2,900, as we've seen, so that's not a concern. Otherwise, we would make sure we note this down. Then the next chart is going to be the approach. So the approach, we read everything. Final approach course is going to be 337. This is what you would set up on the ILS panel if you're doing an ILS, but it's an RNAV, so we don't need to set it. Minimums is 419, and we did set it, the decision altitude. Airport elevation is 135. The MSA around for the RNAV is 3,100. Again, we don't need to worry too much. We worry about the MSA if we're not on a published procedure, because of course if you're on this published procedure, you don't need to worry about the MSA because you're not going to hit anything. But if you were being vectored around or we were flying manually, you will need to make sure that you know what's under you if you are descending below 3,100. Well, technically you shouldn't, unless you are on a published procedure. Then we're going to go and check all this stuff. We check that the descent angle is 3 degrees, because of course if it was any more than 3 degrees, we will need to account for that and put out more flaps and be slower as we descend. So that's all looking good. And then we check the missed approach procedure, important. So in case of missed approach, we will perform today. We're going to turn right direct to Alpha Alpha 471, then to Bospa, and hold at 8,000 feet. So our missed approach altitude today is going to be 8,000. So a few numbers that we memorize are 2,900 is our intercept altitude for the glide path. We have 3,100 the MSA and 8,000 the missed approach altitude. So we make sure we remember all of those. And once we land, we're going to land on 34 right, 2,500 meters. Double check, auto brake 2 is correct. We should be vacating via Bravo 4 or Bravo 3. Bravo 4 with auto brakes 2 and full reverses should be good enough. Then we'll backtrack via Bravo, Charlie, and we're going to go and park. We will be coming from here, Bravo, Charlie, and we go and park somewhere around here, 81 or 91. Perfect. You can never review this information too much. Situational awareness is always the best tool you have. Plan. We know we plan to be at Themis at 200, so we're going to want to be at Themis already at flaps 5. And then as we go down to Themis, we'll be ready to set flaps 15 if we need to decelerate, if we have a tailwind. And we're going to want to be at crown at the minimum speed for flaps 5. We're going to be 190 before crown is okay because it's 9 miles. And we want to be ready to set before crown flaps 15 on 20. The way normal approach happens by well, FCTM and FCOM, the standard procedure is that if it's an ILS approach, a glide slope alive, we put down 15, flaps 15 and 20 and gear down. And then if you're on an RNAV procedure, 2 miles before the final approach fix, we put down flaps 20 and gear down. In reality, that's definitely not what happens nowadays. You try and reduce fuel consumption and reduce noise if you put down the gear. Now in this case, where only the final approach fix is 8.6 miles before, so even gear down might even work, but the vast majority of final approach fixes are a lot earlier than that, sometimes up to even 15 miles before the airport. And if you were to put down the flaps 20 and gear down 15 miles before the airport, it will lead up to the engines having to spool up a lot to cope with all that drag, and you don't want to do 15 miles of that. Again, it's a lot of fuel, but mostly it's a lot of noise. So normally gear down would always come down if you're doing a proper deceleration around 5 miles before threshold. But bear in mind that there isn't a fixed rule for gear down. Gear down is your best tool to decelerate to the final approach speed. So you use that whenever you need it to. If you go down and you're too fast, and you might want to put it as early as 20 miles. Okay, so the flaps and gear down don't get too stuck up with what you read on manuals. This needs to be down by this distance, by this altitude. No, we put them down based on how our deceleration is going. We're now in clouds, 6 degrees. Let's put some anti-ice. There we go. Now, the difference between, especially if you're coming from the Tolis, from an Airbus, the way approach, an RNAV approach works in a Boeing 737 is the same thing. We're not going to use any approach mode. So in the Tolis, when you before the final approach phase, you press approach mode, and then you go into final approach, and it pretty much it gives the similar indications to an ILS. So you have a confirmation that you're on the final approach, that you are on the correct path, and etc. While here in the Boeing, you don't. It stays onto LNAV and VNAV all the way down the glide path. So you don't really have a confirmation that you're doing the right thing apart from the vertical and lateral deviation. Now, let's focus on what we're doing here. We're about to approach Themis. Hopefully, it will decide to decelerate to 200 like we told it to. We are at 5,000 feet before Themis, so we're in good position. There we go. It now commanded a lower speed, 200. You can see it's automatic. But from now, from this point, we really want to take over, start taking over manually. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do. Now we need to do an approach checklist that we kind of skipped. Approach checklist, altimeters are set, but the descent checklist first. Pressurization is done, recall has been done, auto brake is set, landing data, VRF and minimums are set, approach briefing has been completed, altimeters are set, and nav aids are set. We're 2 miles before Themis. Let's start putting flaps 5. We are below the maximum speed of the flaps. Always check. We're at 215, so we can put flaps 5. Open the speed. The speed should never be below the green F speed, because that's the speed for those flaps. So now that we have flaps 5, we can match that. We go to 190 and we match the speed back. And again, these speeds equates to the Fs. So here you can put flaps 1, and at flaps 1 you set the bag to the flaps 5 speed, and then at flaps 5 you set to the flaps 15 or 20, and then at the flaps 15 or 20 you set the final one. Now we're increasing the speed. As we said, at flaps 5 we don't decelerate. So what we're gonna do, we can still use a little bit of speed brakes, we're still high enough. Just make sure we go below 210, and then we can use flaps 15 and 20. So now flaps 15. Now technically here we could have even left flaps 5, because we see we're at 3,400. We still have quite a few miles. So we would have had time to descend, but the 767 to slow down. But the 767 is the most slippery, the most difficult plane to slow down I've ever come across. So it's better to always err on the side of caution. Put out more flaps than you think you need, go slower than you think you need to, because it's very slippery. Now, what we're gonna do now, 2 miles before the final descent point, which is Crown, so roundabout now, we need to make sure that to descend on the glide path, we set the altitude to the decision altitude and approximating below the decision altitude. Decision altitude is 420, we put 400. If we do not do that, the plane will not start descending, because we cannot use the approach button. We cannot tell the plane we are on approach. So we have to make sure that 2 miles before the final approach point, the FAF, in this case Crown, we set the altitude below. And that's it, 400 feet is set. At this point the plane will start descending on the path. The way we can monitor as well, we can keep this page open and see whether it's descending properly. Now lights on, because we are on the final. There we go. As you can see, we're starting to descend. We put flaps 20 because you can see even with 15 is the speed is creeping up, and now we are nearly at 5 miles, so we're actually too fast. See, because the final descent point was at 9 miles, so what we can do, we put the gear down. And we select the next speed, which we cannot see on the speed taper. We can. This is the flaps 15 or 20 speed, with the bag in between the last 2 ones. Our final approach speed is going to be 136. We always add 5, well, half of the crosswind component and etc. But today 5, oh, actually it might not be enough. Oh, it's 20, but coming from 010, so yeah, 5 should be enough. So once we're going down the final glide path, what we do, we arm the spoilers, and then we need to set the missed approach altitude. Now the missed approach altitude, if you're going down RNAV, it is normally set when you're at least 300 feet below missed approach altitude, which is 8,000 feet, so which we are, and then normally is done at 1,000 feet AGL. So now we want to slow down to the final approach speed, which is 136. Put down flaps 25 and flaps 30. Always check the speed, 180, 170. Make sure that you're always below the maximum speed. Now that we're at 1,000, we check that we're clear to land. We say 1,000, checked, clear to land. we can set the missed approach altitude. Don't worry, you can wind up and the plane will not stop descending. Now, once we're stable and on speed, and the speed settles, then we want to deactivate the auto throttle. No, one thing we haven't done, the seatbelts. You see, that's why it's good that they're automatic. Now, to deactivate the auto throttle, disconnect, go and match that thrust setting and making sure that we keep the speed. Minimums, we have runway in sight, we continue. And then we're going to do a go around. So all we're going to do, we're going to press the toga button that I have set on my joystick, but you can press this one as well. We are below minimum, sorry, little mistake there, I should have been flying manually. And now let's go around. So set toga,
100.
we call flaps 20, set flaps 20, and we follow the flight directors. Works like a normal takeoff, so positive rate, gear up, 400 feet, LNAV, wait for 1000 feet for VNAV, keep the flaps where we are because we're not above the F speed, 1000 feet, VNAV. Check the VNAV activates. Sometimes it goes into halt hold and then you need to press twice, so make sure that that doesn't happen. Above F speed, we put flaps 15, flaps 5 straight away. Above F speed, flaps 1, and flaps up. Flaps up, gear goes off, light we turn it off. That's just a reminder that we've been clear to land, so I leave the lights on, but I'll turn that off. Now we can activate the autopilot. We're in VNAV speed, command seat, we climb it to 8000, gear is off, flaps are 0, so we can do again the what is it? After takeoff checklist, packs are auto, landing gear is up and off, flaps are up, and altimeters are set where they need to be after takeoff checklist complete. Anti-ice is on, we're good. So now the plane is following automatically the missed approach navigation. There we go. Now we need to go back and do another approach. Just to recap what we did in terms of missed approach, again, is as complicated as the takeoff. So a lot of action. What happens the moment you decide to go around? You can be on autopilot or not on autopilot or manual. All you do, you press the go around switches, which are here, and you can bind. Okay, I will stop for the sake of this. Joystick, just to show you what I bind. For toga, AP toga. Then to disconnect the autopilot, AP disconnect. And then to disconnect the auto throttle, AT disconnect. Over here. These are the 3 bindings you need. Okay, so what I did, I pressed my toga button. Sorry, no, there is no toga button. I pressed my go around button, which is the equivalent of this one over here, and which is the equivalent of this little screw over here. The FMA announced again, go around, go around, go around on all 3 indications. I selected immediately flaps 20. Whichever flap setting you are, you set flaps 20. Positive rate, we go gear up, and then from there is a normal takeoff. At 400 feet, I activated LNAV. You can activate it even earlier actually, because it can be activated as early as 50. So at 400 feet, I checked that LNAV was activated, and it's very important, otherwise you might not follow the missed approach procedure. And then at 1000 feet I activated VNAV, and then I cleaned up the speed on schedule. Remember that you don't go from 20 to 15, you go from 20 to 5 directly once you pass the first F, and so forth and so on. So now we need to go back to the airport. So what we're going to do now, we're going to do the ILS approach so we can see how to program it and how to perform that. So we're around about here, so we want to start going on a downwind. The final approach course is 337, so the downwind from that will be 180 below 157. We're gonna start going on a heading on 157, and we're going to program for the ILS. So we go here, departure arrival, go back to index. We're now on route 2. So what we do, we go RJA, we select ILS, 34 right, Zulu, which is this one, via Elgar, because it's quite handy actually. We select Elgar and we execute. So we can see you have it there. Now a very easy way to do this, you could do a direct to Elgar now, and then VNAV will take over. You set the 5000 feet altitude here, go on VNAV, and it will do everything automatically like it did with RNAV. We don't want to make our life easy, so what we're going to do, we're going to pretend ATC is vectoring us, so we learn how to do that. Now we can also put Elgar goes 238, so the other point, because I need to show you something. So 238 058, the reciprocal. So if you do Elgar 058 and we do 50 miles before Elgar, perfect. There we go. So let's pretend ATC is vectoring us. First of all, we need to reset the approach chart. So at this point we need the ILS. So the ILS is set here on this panel over here. So we set the frequency 110.9, and the course is going to be 337. So now the ILS is programmed, and then the decision altitude is 250. So we're gonna set that here, 250. Auto brakes is still 2, is the same runway, so that can be the same. Now, what are we gonna do? Let's pretend ATC is vectoring us. Of course, because you definitely, they wouldn't tell you go direct to Elgar and resume the navigation from there. They would vector you. So we're now 190. What we want to do, first of all, we know that we want to be at 5000 feet at Lapis. So we want to put in the fix, create a new fix, call it Lapis, and put it there. And it's the top one. Now Lapis is at 13 miles. We want to have that there because we know we need to lose 3000 feet. So we want to make sure that we've gone far back enough to be able to be at Lapis at 5000. So we're at 8000 feet. We need to lose 3000 feet plus 50 knots. We want to be at Lapis at 190 to go down the slope. I always go at 190 down the glide slope. So I need to lose 50 plus 3000 feet. So I need 9 miles plus 5 miles to lose the speed. I need 14 miles. I'm now at 14. So now I can start going that way. So I'll start flying a base leg 157.247, and I'll start descending. So let's say 5000 feet. We go flight level change, as we said, is the most efficient way to descend. And we'll start reducing the speed. Now, as you can see, these points are white. Now that means the FMC is out of sequence, okay? Also because we didn't rejoin all these points. So what's gonna happen, the problem with FMC being out of sequence is that once we are on the final approach, if we activate the go around, the plane will not guide you to fly the missed approach because it still thinks we're going to Elga, to Bospa. Okay, so we need to make sure the FMC is always sequenced correctly. So when ATC is vectoring you, if at any point ATC makes you leave the magenta line, your plan, and vectors you to final, all you want to do is to do a final, also a direct to the final approach point, which is in this case Lapis. Okay, and as we said before, we're gonna do it with an intercept course which continues this line. Okay, so we're gonna do 337. So once again, to recap, we're gonna go intercept, decide the final point, which is Lapis, pick Lapis, put it there, set the intercept course as an extended center line, so an extended final course, 337, as you can see that's traced in white, and then execute. At this point you have an extended magenta line. Now this is handy for a couple of reasons. Now you can intercept that line in LNAV, because the problem is, let's put this one on approach mode. So here it tells you the DME from the ILS. Now we don't have a DME signal, so we cannot intercept the localizer. So the only way we can do it is in LNAV. So now we can press LNAV. Well, you would have seen LNAV going white, but we're so close that now it has intercepted LNAV. And this is a very handy feature. You're too far from the ILS to intercept the localizer, so you cannot get on the localizer by pressing up. You see, up button does not work because we're not receiving the localizer signal. We're too far out, so the up button doesn't work. So by making an extended certain line, an extended magenta line here, we can fly that in LNAV. There we go. Now the green banana over here is telling us when we're gonna be down at the altitude that we selected on the NCP. So we know we're gonna be at 5,000 way before Lapis, because we calculated that. So we're in a good position. Now we're at 210, which is our minimum speed for flaps up. So what we're gonna do, look at that now. DME now is active. We have signal, we have localizer alive. Now that we have this bar over here, now we know that we're in the localizer. Now we can activate approach mode. Look, we are in LNAV. As soon as we activate approach now, it's gonna go directly into localizer. That's it. If the actual approach wasn't as we did it, we normally activate the approach button once we have signal from the localizer, but once you're on the last leg to intercept the localizer. If you activate it here, glide slope goes white, and then it automatically activates once it captures the glide slope. Now we're before Lapis, so we want to slow down to 190. Put flaps 5, 2 miles before Lapis, before the final descent point. I always slow down to 190 and put down flaps 5. 190 gives me enough leeway to the maximum speed for flaps 15, 210. So even if I forget, so normally I would put flaps 15 just before descending. So as we said, flaps 5 does not allow you to lose speed once you intercept the glide slope. You can see here glide slope is wide, and now glide slope has been captured. You can see I'm gaining speed, but I have enough leeway before 210 to decide whether I need flaps 15 or not. If the speed stops creeping up, I can wait until I put 15, but it normally doesn't. As I said, it's very slippery, so I'm going to put down flaps 15 now. As soon as we intersect glide slope, remember two things. Arm the speed brake. Make sure it's armed. And put the missed approach altitude. In case of an ILS, you can do it as soon as you go down the glide slope. Pretend we've been clear to land. So the light goes on. And I'm noticing now after 4 hours of flight that I never put the position light on while I was explaining the lights. Do not do that, children. Position light was part of the first scan, so that should have gone on while I was telling you what the lights were doing a few hours ago. So now we're going down. I'm keeping 190 because there's no point slowing below 190 so far out. We are still 11 miles. As we said, the rule of thumb is 200 knots at 10 miles, 190 at 9 miles, 180 and 8 miles, and so forth and so on. So there was no point to slow down so early because the ILS intercept was very early, it was 15 miles. So now we're at 10 miles. I can now start slowing down to the current flaps speed. I'm going to put flaps 20. Because again, 15 is not very draggy. Flaps 20 helps you lose a little bit more speed. We want to put gear down by the 5 miles ring if we are on the correct speed. As you've seen earlier, I was very fast, so I decided to put it down earlier. Now 8 miles, 178, we're good. We are on schedule. Then 7 miles, we want to be at 170, and so forth and so on. Now the speed now is going to be slightly less, 130, so we're going to do 135. Again, we add 5 knots and we do 135. 135, so 5 knots above this VREF 30 is the speed that allows you full control even on flaps 20. That's why even with a tight turn on the missed approach, on flaps 20, we were happy to fly away at their speed. So VREF, remember, VREF 30 plus 5 gives you a full authority to bank out to 30 degrees even on flaps 20. 5 miles, the speed is 166, so now we want to put the gear down. Put flaps 25. First we put the flaps down and then we decrease the speed. Now we match the F speed. Then we put flaps full, and that's 135 is the final approach speed. We can do a landing checklist that we didn't do earlier. Landing checklist: cabin is secure, speed brake is armed, landing gear is down, 3 green, flaps is 30. There we go, with the final approach speed. Auto throttle is picking up. I always like to be stabilized a little bit earlier than necessary because it's very difficult, it's very tricky to trim the plane and making sure you have a stable approach. And the best way to have a stable approach is to make sure that you are at the final approach speed far away from the runway, that the thrust settles and the plane, the autopilot, sets the correct stop trim so that when you take over manually you don't have to change anything. Leave the time to the autopilot and the auto throttle to stabilize the trim and the thrust. At this point they're fairly stable, so I disconnect the auto throttle, I match that speed that it was, the N1, the thrust setting.
500.
Decision altitude is 250. I'm gonna go autopilot off now. So autopilot off, I have control. You press the autopilot disconnect button twice, once to disconnect it and twice to silence the alarm. Make sure I follow the flight directors, keep the speed where it should be, and I keep on the correct glide slope path, trying to keep a center line at 50 knots. For 50 feet, we're gonna start taking the
40, 30,
power down.
10. Long landing.
A little bit long,
Landing. 1,000.
but we are within the touchdown zone.
Remaining. 1,500.
Reversal, spoilers are up, reversal, green, auto brake is doing its job. 70 knots. Put the reversers to idle. Dab the brakes so the auto brakes disconnects. We're at taxi speed, we can stow the reversers. We can vacate the runway. Wasn't the most elegant landing I've ever done, but a lot more wind than I expected. And one thing that I haven't explained, not enough time, this is the rising runway. So this is an option I activated in the AFB. As of 200 feet, this that normally lies here starts rising, and it shows you basically this is the runway. So you can have a look again on we can rewind back and have a look. This is an indication of the runway approaching. We also have the radial altimeter, so I mean there's a lot of indication telling you where the runway is. So that's the landing technique. 50 feet, you make sure that you are stable, you're not modifying your pitch, and you're aiming for the landing zone. And then at 30 feet you start the flare and you start reducing the power, taking the power to idle, and then you just hold the altitude and let it settle down. Do not chase the runway like I did. I was a little bit higher, I was going to be a bit long, but in that case never ever pitch down to go and meet the runway, because that's a recipe for disaster. You just let the plane bleed the excess speed and settle down itself. Hold the altitude, so close the thrust, flare up, hold that altitude and hold it until the plane settles down. If you have flared way too early and you are holding that altitude and you close the throttle and you're still 20 feet above the runway, that's not good. Then you're gonna lose too much speed and you're gonna slam onto the runway. At that point, you boss the flare, just go around. Do not chase the runway. And that's it. But we've made it. Welcome to Tokyo Narita International. Now, after landing, what we're gonna do? First of all, we're gonna, we stow the speed brakes. We had just left the runway, so speed brakes go up, flaps go up, white anti-collision lights, so the strobe lights go off, the landing lights go off. We keep all the other taxi lights. We start the chrono for engine cooling. We're gonna turn auto brakes off. We just did it earlier without thinking. And let's start taxiing a little bit faster than that. There we go. Weather radar. You can turn the switch off to test But if you leave it activated on the EFIS, it's then going to show the test over here. So you just press that and deactivate that. Can deactivate terrain on the first officer side as well. TCAS, we put the transponder as needed. If we're in the state, it will stay TRA. Here we're going to put alt off. Stub trim, we're going to reset it to 2 units. Decision altitude, we reset it and we put it to -20. ILS, we blank it, so we stop having that annoying indication there. Flight directors go off. And auto throttles going off. We reset standard values here, so the MCP speed windows we put 200. And that's done simply because if you're doing another flight and if you add values there, you cannot get confused and thinking that you've already set something when you haven't. There we go. We start the APU. Gonna be sporty around this corner, but it's okay. Now, one thing that I normally don't do in the flight sim, because it's just too much workload on a very, very delicate phase of the flight. Normally below decision altitude on an RNAV approach, you would deactivate the flight directors because the indication they give you can be unreliable and they can take you, you can be misled to follow them, and it's not a precision approach. In any non-precision approach below the decision altitude, or below, technically below specific altitudes, but that's based on airline and etc. So generically speaking, be below the decision altitude. So today below 420, we should have deactivated the flight directors. But I just do not want to start looking around the cockpit while I'm doing a flight. So the standard procedure would be that you would turn the flight directors off, and then you would cycle them back on so they're ready to provide you guidance when you go around. But then again, remember, if you're doing a non-precision approach below the decision altitude, do not follow the flight directors and just look at the runway, which is the opposite of what we did on ILS. On ILS, you follow the flight directors down to the runway, while on RNAV and other non-precision approaches, stop following the flight directors, just look at the touchdown zone on the runway and just fly the plane there. The way, just one thing again, some people have doubts how to deactivate the auto throttle. Do not, I showed you the binding to deactivate the auto throttle. Make sure you use that binding. Do not use this button to deactivate the auto throttle, because then if you deactivate the auto throttle the way I showed you, this one stays armed. So once you press the go around button, the auto throttle will take automatically control of the thrust lever. But if this one is off, it won't, and that is not a good position to be in. Pressing a go around and not having the engines pull up is not a good thing. Really not a good thing. So do make sure that you use that button. Technically what it does is this button here. This is the auto throttle disconnect button. Like the autopilot disconnect, you press it once to disconnect and twice to get rid of the warning. There we are. So we are closing into the gate. So we check that we have accumulator pressure, which means that we can use the parking brake. Otherwise, we need to use chocks. We want to park on 91. So before turning to the stand, we turn all the lights off as not to blind anybody. And then we announce cabin crew, doors to manual and cross check. There we go. Perfect. Set the parking brake. We checked that the APU is running. APU is running and it's ready, and the APU generator is on, so it's ready to take the takeover from the engine generators. So we can turn the engines off. There we go. Power transfer has happened. The APU is taking the load. Seatbelt sign can go off. Hydraulic panel, we set it, turn everything off, exactly the opposite as what we did when we started. So we started here, then the center, then the left, and then the center air. We're going to do the opposite. We're going to do air demand goes off, left electric demand goes off, center electric go off, and then the right demand go off. Fuel pumps go off. By this point, N2 should be below 20%. Once N2 is below 20%, we can turn the red anti-collision light off. At this point, we can put TCAST on standby, and we can do the shutdown checklist. Shutdown checklist, hydraulic panel is set, fuel pumps are off, flaps are up, parking brake is set, fuel control switches, oh, these ones are cut off, and the weather radar is off. Perfect. If we want to go one step further, we want to secure. So what we're going to do, we're going to do ILS, unless we're doing another, of course, if you're doing another sector, you leave it like this. If you're not, ILS go off, ILS go off. Emergency light switch goes off. Window heat and the cargo heat all go hot, off. Part control selectors off. The APU goes off. And it will take around a minute to turn off. If the bleed air from the APU was on, there's a 30 seconds shut off sequence. I believe in the Fligh Factor is around a minute. After that, you will lose all power. Standby power selector off, battery off. And then we can do the secure checklist. Secure checklist, ILSs are all off. Emergency lights are off. Window heat is off. Packs are off. And then external power. Well, we won't have it. We'll just shut the plane. Pretend everybody is already disembarked. And we are good to go. Well, welcome to Tokyo Narita. This is beautiful freeway airport for Tokyo Narita. Oh, thank you very much, everybody. Pretty certain nobody will have made it here in one go. And if you did, congratulations to you, because it was tough to me speaking for 4 hours. You can imagine listening to somebody for 4 hours. But I really genuinely hope this has been useful for somebody. If you have any feedback, please don't hesitate to leave feedback. As you know, I only make videos sporadically. This is, YouTube is not my second occupation by any stretch of imagination. It's only a hobby. Sometimes people have questions about planes, and I think, okay, I could answer some of those. And this time I went a little bit too far. We're studying 2 months to do a tutorial, but I very much enjoyed the process. If you like the video, give it a like and subscribe, or if you want to donate. But as I said, it isn't a secondary occupation for me. YouTube is just really a hobby, something that I enjoy doing. But please do not refrain from posting comments if you think something could have done in a different ways, if you have any sort of criticism or feedback in any way, shape or form. Otherwise, I just really hope you've enjoyed this, and I hope I'll see you on another tutorial. Thank you very much. Bye now.